8 minutes past the hour. Welcome into a brand new show, brand new day. Thank you for being with us. 866-WE-BE-BIG, the number. That is the Rick and Bubba Show. If you want to holler at us, do so. It's going to be unscreened phone calls this hour, so if you do, be patient. We'll try to get to it as quickly as possible. We do know the wheel of meat could spin because it is not spun yet, and so that is there for you today. It could happen. You have to be hanging out with us and see if it does. And a lot of people think we pre-planned that. No, it's actually just a feeling we have. Hey, let's do Wheel of Meat. So you just never know. Be tuning in to get your chance to be a part of the Wheel of Meat. Hear Greg on the drums and possibly Henry the horse hop out. All right, we got a lot to break down. Don't forget, rickandbubba.com is where you need to go. Click on store. We still have some great clearance items there. If you're a Rick and Bubba fan and you want some Rick and Bubba merchandise, it is there for you. We've got some grilling fork information that we'll be sharing with you on the main show. That is there, so check it all out at rickandbubba.com. More details to come about that. We've also got, I was sitting here talking to Brent with Edgar's Bakery because we have to work kind of a week or so out. We've got another birthday coming up. One Bill Bubba Bussey is going to be having a birthday here within about a week or two. And so, you got to plan the cake and theme, and you got to get ahead of it. He's called staff lunch. I mean, we're going to go have lunch.
Yeah.
That's going to be a lot of fun. So here we go. There's Greg. There's Helmsy. Eddie Van Adler is here. What up, boys? How are y'all? Y'all good?
Hey.
Pretty good.
Yeah.
Pretty good?
Fired up.
Just kind of?
I want to throw this out right out the gate. You ever heard the word pogo nip?
Boy, wow, no.
Pogo nip.
I don't know.
Sounds like
P-O-G-O-N-I-P.
sounds like an ailment.
Pogo nip.
Is this
I'm sorry, did you hear about so-and-so? Yeah, he's got a pogo nip.
That does sound like
That's
that.
good. Yeah. It's actually frozen fog.
What?
Somebody
Okay.
sent me that. I
one of your
normally
words
a lot
or
of people
something?
send me words because they know that I look at word of
Shut
the
up,
days
you
and stuff
stupid
like that.
pogo nip.
And Miss Gina, a listener of the show, sent me
I don't think that's
She said,
right.
"How about this word? You're always fascinated with words. How about pogo nip? Ever heard of that?" And I said, "You know what? I'll be bringing that up in the morning to the guys because I have
and
not."
it's, what is it?
P-O-G-O-N-I-P.
Right.
Pogo nip.
Right, but what is it?
Frozen fog.
Frozen fog.
Yep. So the word is used to describe an uncommon occurrence, frozen fog. The word was coined by Native Americans to describe the frozen fogs of fine ice needles that occur in the mountain valleys of the western United States in December. So,
Hey, how was traveling coming into work? I don't know, man. Went through some pogo nip. Got here, though.
hey,
tough.
how was that pogo nip out in Alaska? So, interesting word. I'd never heard of it.
Yeah.
Thought I'd throw it at you, see if you had.
Right.
I'm going to use this like a slur.
I know. We need to come up with we need to. This is such a good
Stupid
word.
pogo.
We
It
need
is
to
a
use
good
it
word.
in-house.
Maybe
that,
slur's
that
the
it
wrong
means
word.
something else.
Yeah.
Yeah. Nowadays.
Yeah,
you can't use
these
slur.
days, Greg, I wouldn't say let's
stay
come
away
up with
from
a slur.
Yeah, maybe
Let's not do that, buddy.
Yeah, maybe not. I'm going to rethink that. Yeah.
Is there any way this show makes it through the year? Huh?
Well, I'm going to be honest. The way the rules keep changing, there's no way in hell it makes it. Not the way the rules. I mean, guys, and they're at warp speed.
I know.
We're not easing in. We used to go, 30 years ago, that would have been offensive.
No.
Hey, yesterday, that wasn't offensive. Today it is.
Yeah.
That's how fast it's going.
Right.
What's up, Pogo Nip?
This will probably offend people, but you guys know when we're wearing these athletic shirts, they're kind of thin. Maybe it's a little bit cold in the studio. Hey, Pogo Nip.
I like
you
it.
got Pogo Nip.
Hey,
That's the
somebody's
first thing I-
Pogo
That's
nipping.
good.
Why did you ignite him?
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Do you
That
know
does make
Pogo
sense.
stick?
Now he's just going to
That's
say,
perfect.
You know now what he's going to say the rest of the show.
Yeah.
Pogo
Hey,
Nip.
it's cold as a Pogo Nip.
See, that's 3 times since you said it.
Look who's Pogo Nipping.
That's good.
Eddie Van Adler coming on in.
Pogo Nip.
See, there you go. I knew you'd be all fired up about that.
I've moved on from what it really means. I'm just
I
having fun
know,
with
I
it.
know. Now we're just going to
Well, I
make
think
it our
that-
own.
that's
Make it
what
our
we should
own.
do.
Got to make it our own.
Also, from the electronic superhighway, an individual reached out and said, "Hey, y'all can't leave us hanging on these untold stories,
Yeah, saw that.
and y'all are gonna have to do some kind of podcast or something, and
No.
actually be able to tell
Yeah.
these things from the weekend." And
I don't know if you can get away with it on that.
Yeah,
I tested 2 people yesterday with these stories, just to go, hey, what do you think? And they never once were offended. They thought it was kind of, for one story, they thought it was kind of silly that we wouldn't tell it.
Yeah.
Well, today,
but again, when I remind them of the climate we're in, I mean, you're over here doing this every day. You don't have to worry about words.
Do y'all realize? And I know you do. So I'm not.
You're
I know I'm
in a circle of people.
Yeah,
that hear your
Right. I know I'm preaching to the choir here, but you realize that like just a Twitter user can get you canceled.
Yeah.
If just somebody on social media just says,
not
hey,
some influential person.
no,
just
just
Joe Smo.
Right, that just has an agenda or it's a Karen or whatever, and they just bring something up, it just turns into
Everybody
my God,
piling on. Yeah. Hey, you friends that you expose, run Pogo Net by them, see what they think about it. So get their.
I think in its
reaction to
correct
that.
form, it's okay.
Yeah.
Greg.
Okay.
But when you turn it into what you'll turn it into, probably not.
Yeah.
Okay.
Are we going to talk about the pigeons that are loose around your house, or can we bring that
Well,
up?
first of all, we can talk about it.
Okay.
So you want to do that now?
Well, I mean, I'm just asking. I mean, it's not every day you Marco Polo us and there's a pigeon on somebody's roof. You know, I mean,
Yeah,
it's
I'm
like,
not
well,
like
there's a
that.
pigeon, and
It was.
my buddy has pigeons, and this pigeon's out.
So caught me off guard.
Has it got them racing pigeons?
No,
Is it race?
these are for training dogs, like to bring back, retrieve. I mean, the dog doesn't hurt these or anything. It's just I would think it would, but
no, they just don't want to talk about it.
Oh, wow, so I shouldn't have brought it up.
No. I think it's
but there's
fine.
no way it doesn't hurt them. They don't bring them back live.
I think they do actually.
For what?
I think because they put them back in the cage and they train. That's how they train.
But you're going to tell me that dog won't kill that bird?
Well, I think dogs will kill birds. I think they're trained not to in this situation.
The story here, though, is that we got a pigeon on the roof of your
I don't know
neighbor's
enough
house.
about that.
I don't
Yeah,
either.
I
That's
don't
cool.
either.
But
then you just showed us.
well, it was actually in my backyard at one point.
Oh.
And it
Comes over.
caught me off guard.
Yeah.
Because I'm standing there and
Did you
there's
shoot
just lily white, beautiful pigeon just right there, and I'm like, well, that's strange. Why is there a pigeon in my yard? I mean, it's just walking around, not really scared of me.
It's not in the area where pigeons hang out, is what you're saying.
I was right. Well,
Yeah.
I was looking in. So
It's not like you live under an overpass.
correct. Big Game Bob behind my house has this unbelievable dog. I mean, it is named Jaeger, and he
Greg,
trains
his name
him.
is
He
Jaeger.
trains him to hunt with him and all this. I mean, it is a phenomenal dog. And he has a pigeon coop out there that he keeps these pigeons for the training of the dog. And so yesterday I was kind of looking at the weather, and I knew today was garbage day, and I thought I'm not going to make the mistake of having to deal with this in the morning. We'll go ahead and get it out.
There
We
you
had
go.
some boxes that needed to be broke down and all that. I was in one of those modes.
Well, Greg would have burned them.
And I
Sure.
walked out and just opened the garbage can, and I looked down within 6-8 feet of me. It's this white pigeon, and I'm like, okay. And I immediately thought, first of all, it was like 5 seconds before it registered. Like I thought, is God trying to tell me something?
Right.
Like why is a white pigeon sitting right here next
Is
to
it
me?
making noises or is it just there?
It's just there.
Okay.
And I thought, oh, that's Bob's pigeon. And so I text Bob and I said, hey, didn't think that I'd ever have to text this in Vestavia. Love that I'm having to text this, but I didn't think I would. One of your pigeons is out. And so, of course, this is the timing. So then Braden runs out with the dog. And I said, hey, put Lexi up because I don't want her running. She's not trained at all. She can't even, the dog. I don't even want to go there. But
Right.
so because he was like, why, Dad? She needs to be outside. She needs to be. I said, just put her in. Because the minute I tell Braden, he's going to say, come here, Lexi. Come over here. And so
Is that how he's going to do it?
yeah. So we put Lexi up, and then I couldn't find the pigeon. I was like, well, where'd the
pigeon go?
Well, then all of a sudden I looked down. It was kind of towards the end of our house, kind of borderline the woods, and I thought, well, I mean, does it just go back home,
Right.
or
Should
what's the deal?
Should I have gotten the pigeon?
So Braden came around the corner and kind of spooked it because he didn't know it was there. He
Yeah.
kind of spooked it, and all of a sudden I look up, now it's on the roof of the house,
And that's when you Marcoed us.
and that's when I Marcoed y'all.
But I had no idea that you had dealt with the pigeon prior to that.
Yeah. And so I text Bob, and he said, we thought that one just got away. We didn't know we was getting that one back. He said, so
Did you have
it's
to go up there and get it?
no. I think they're trained. They'll go right back to the coop if the coop's open. See, the coop wasn't open because they had kind of gave up on this pigeon.
That was a racing pigeon.
Pigeon's back though.
Pigeon's back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
23 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG, the number. Could be some unscreened phone calls here during the kickoff hour. Eddie Van Adler, he's got YouTube Live in HD, and the Good Time Gang is him. I am Speedy alongside Greg Burgess, Michael Helms, Eddie Van Adler, Rick and Bubba join us after top of the hour. So, I know I'm not whining, but it's just a handle. You know how I've talked to y'all about this dang storage unit that I'm trying to get rid of, where we had great intentions. Hey, climate-controlled storage unit. We got a lot of pictures, a lot of things. And really, to be honest with you, it was a good place for things to go and die that we didn't want to move when we made the transition to the new house. And it's been over a year now.
Serves a purpose for a time, but at some point that time should end.
Exactly. And it needs to end. It needs to end.
We're at that point.
Yeah, well, because you move along and you just forget about it.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm guilty of it until the notification comes that you've been charged again for another month, and then you go, gosh almighty, man, we need to go clean that out. Yeah, I know, we sure do. And then another month goes by, and it's been charged, and then before you know it, it's been a year and some change.
Kind of like getting a storm shelter.
Yeah.
So you went there.
Yeah. and you go, well, so something's got to change. And then you have great intentions where, you know what, instead of just making it a big weekend, why don't I just go by once or twice a week and just grab a couple of things at a time? Before you know it, it's gone. Yeah, man, that's a great idea. And then you don't do it.
Yeah.
Because who wants to do that? Well, yesterday it was on me, and I'm like, I'm going to the storm. I almost said I'm going to the storm shelter. I'm going
Let me know when it comes.
I'm going to storage. That's going to hit you a little bit. You want that or a used car? No, I'm kidding.
Yeah.
It's on me. So I go, and there's been a couple of items in there that classic Terry, love her to death. I love Terry. But she is.
Well, that's good to hear.
Considering y'all been married for a while.
But I'm saying that to say this: she'll hold on to something. Oh my gosh.
My wife will too.
No, hold on. I might want to do something with that. What do you mean? We've been wanting to do. No, we got to make a decision here. Well, that would look cute in the room. Little piece of furniture.
Oh, I forgot about that. Yeah, that looks.
Oh,
good.
that look. Hey, when you go in there, take.
What if I paint it white?
Already done that.
Yeah.
Okay, it's white now.
Yeah.
Hey, take a picture of it. Take a picture of it so I can see it. What does it look like? All this kind of stuff. I don't want to go in there and take pictures. I am there to move stuff and get it to the donation center
or the dumpster.
Yep. Okay.
Which is very handy usually right there at the place.
Right.
They usually have a sure enough good dumpster.
Yeah, but I just would like to tell others you probably don't want those mattresses in that because they get wet. You can't feel it. You probably want to take that.
Or washing machines. Don't throw them in there.
Let's not do that. Probably gonna have to go to the dump for that. The actual, Anyway, landfill. So I'm going in there and I see we got a love seat, really nice love seat. We've got we got a trunk, we've got a chest, we've got all kinds of stuff.
You got a furniture store.
Yeah, and it's just really been a handle for me. And so I'm getting all this to the donation center. I mean, because it's good stuff. It's not like your broken DVD players and stuff that you take, Helmsy.
Plus, it's been in climate control in case of a pogo nip.
That's right. And so I go in, and I have given away some stuff that Terry told me to take pictures of and hang on. And I don't know.
She doesn't know yet?
I don't know if she'll remember or not. She probably will, and I know all of you ladies are out there going, oh, no, she's going to remember. I felt like maybe it was just going to be too big of a handle to take pictures and no, bring that one home or take a pictures of it. Some of my girlfriends might want it. They might want it with their. No, I'm not doing all that.
When we keep it for someone else, it's even worse.
Not doing that.
Well, so and so can use that. Well, they can go get one.
Yeah. Thank you. I'm not doing that. Well, they could then meet you at store. No, I'm not right. No, we're not doing that. Love.
But we're not doing
our friends, but we're not holding on to furniture and then them meeting.
And your friends don't want it either.
No.
It's a bip to them.
No, they don't want it.
Yeah.
So I loaded up. They got this big flat dolly at the place where we rent the storage unit from, and it's easy because you can roll it in and then kind of prop stuff on it and then roll it to your truck and then kind of finagle it onto your truck. So I moved by myself this love seat and chest and this trunk that she had and some other stuff. We even had an easel. Why do we have an easel? Let's get rid of the easel. We had a bed frame.
We have a lot of easels.
Really?
All
Do you
sizes.
really? Oh my
Keep
gosh!
big ones.
Really?
Oh, Lisa's all about an easel.
Yeah. Well, mine's gone. I just gave mine away. I pulled up in the truck,
she
and
got
the
one of
guy
those.
was like, "Wow, this is not. Hey, thanks. Hey, this is good." But it's gone. The question is that will I get busted, and how much trouble will I
Work
get
on your
into?
surprise face when she goes, so where is he? Go, I don't know.
Oh,
What are you talking about?
Well, I thought we agreed we were getting rid of everything.
Or just
What do
act like
mean?
you never knew it existed.
Yeah.
I don't remember that.
Oh, what about
I've become
what
the
about this?
master at that.
Well, what about the
I can't
chest that
remember.
I told you to keep? Oh, well, yeah. Well, it just wasn't as in good a shape as you wanted.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm just going to come up with some rambling excuse. But I'm in a
Or we gave that away years ago.
Hey,
Remember?
that
Yeah.
didn't
Do
make
that
it
one.
in the storage unit from the move.
right.
Yeah, you remember? We never put it in
Used that
there.
one
Yeah,
before.
right.
Stuff like that.
Because she's been there one time.
Okay. You're
Okay,
good.
I'm
You can write this script.
I'm kind of the storage unit
Yeah,
person.
you're
Oh
good.
yeah,
it's
you're good.
it's on me.
You are,
And
you're
if
good.
it's on me, I'm ready to get it done. I am.
Claim that you everything like that. Well, we didn't put it in there. We threw it away. Remember, we were going to store it, but we decided not to.
Yeah.
We decided to donate it because, man, can you imagine the lives that are impacted by us
yeah.
donating this
Yeah.
stuff? They didn't have
golf
it, now they
bags,
have
stuff
it.
like that.
Okay,
Greg,
that's good. That's good. I needed this. I needed this because that's coming. That's coming.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
25 minutes till top of the hour, kickoff hour live here on the old Rick and Bubba show. The guys join the show in 30 minutes from now for the main show. And we're just getting things kicked off here for this hour. That's why it's called the kickoff hour. We thank you for being with us. Eddie Van Adler, I'm Speedy, there's Greg, there's Helmsy. Good time gang live in studio. All right, Helmsy, what you got, kid?
Yesterday, went to the doctor, had a doctor's appointment.
Yes, boy, did you.
First time, I guess it's the first time that I have been to like a real, like, not, this has nothing to do with like just a physical or anything, but I have, it's well known, I have some back issues in the L4, L5
Here we go.
area, and from time to time, it'll get to a point, it's one of those things that I've been struggling with this since I was in college.
Make fun of that, Greg.
But what'll happen is that when I everybody have some kind of issue, but whenever it happens, whenever I have an episode,
episode one.
It seems like the older you get, the more frequent that happens,
More
and the
episodes.
longer it takes to recover.
Can
and so
recover.
5 years ago, I had a epidural block
Lower back.
in my lower back. And it was
I didn't know assistant coach was going to be here today.
in on
It
it.
was a game changer for me. It got me
Changing
back
the
to
game.
doing a lot of things that I
You can play with Kip more?
I play a lot of tennis.
Bocce.
I play a lot of tennis, and when your back's hurting, you don't play tennis because what happens is you'll play and then you can't walk. Y'all saw me the other day. I hardly could walk in here. I mean, I was struggling.
You were.
And
Speedy
then,
said you were faking.
but
it,
in
I thought
24
I
to
felt bad
48
for you.
hours, I'm fine again.
Ooh, I'm fine.
But I don't want to wait 24 to 48 hours before I'm able to do
That's
something
not that
again.
long.
And so I went to the doc yesterday, and
I was concerned. I thought I gave you some advice what they need to check.
well, Greg, we'll get to that. Okay, don't jump ahead.
I was just concerned.
So yesterday was a
Funny.
preliminary visit to go. Okay, let's make sure nothing else is going on. There's
Come
some
in
rules.
here, L4 and L5.
There's some rules that have changed.
Where's
where
the old man?
If so much time goes by, you have to have a new MRI and an X-ray and all
no,
this.
not all
And
that.
That's
so-
how they get you.
That
And-
is how they get it.
That's how it works.
And so this was actually, I was planning on doing this last year, and then COVID hit and shut everything down and just wasn't
Yeah.
able to do it. And so now I'm getting around to it. So yesterday was a preliminary visit, and so I'm in there. And a couple things. So one, I did have to have an X-ray, which was fine. But I always think about these
no.
things. Like when the individual that's doing the X-ray, and they did a great job, but they'll tell you things like, do you have a belt on? If you do, remove it.
Right.
Okay.
You don't want that.
Well, that plants things
Doff your
in my
drawers.
mind like, should I be emptying my pockets? Should I be taking my
Did they
ring
tell you
off?
that?
That's the point, Greg. See, I had to get on myself
didn't
because
tell
I
you
was
that.
this close to asking the lady, hey, do I need to take anything out of my pocket? And I'm like, Helms, she would probably tell you.
Did she go, let
you
me
know?
do my
Well,
job?
if you're taking your
you
belt
just
off.
lay there.
Yeah. With your drawers on.
Well, so
With the top of your
I'm
crack
thinking
showing.
if you're taking belt off, I would empty your pockets.
well, I would think
That-
so
that ain't
too.
what they
But
said.
she didn't say that, Speedy. See, I'm like you. I was standing there going, I feel I'm a little nervous now because should I have taken my
she
keys out of my
would've told
pocket?
you. Yes.
Should I have taken my phone
You
out of my
don't know
pocket?
that.
well,
But
if you're
she
taking
said-
your belt off, put your keys
But
over
she
there.
never said it, never brought it up.
Good
and so,
night.
So I was just standing there, panicked a little bit. And
Did you put that little vest thing on?
no, I didn't have to wear it.
No.
And so, and then you get in this, you walk into this kind of machine, and they're telling you to do, put this hand here and this hand here.
Oh, yeah.
And of
Don't
course,
move.
I feel like sometimes no one knows how to take us out in the real world
No.
because we take this out there. And so during the moments where you're supposed to be still and all that, I'm asking questions out loud like, hey, I think I'm pretty coachable. What do you think? Because she's telling me
Yeah.
to do certain things, and I'm trying to interact, and she's probably like, hey, just hush. Let me
Yeah.
get this
Get your
done.
belt off. and
You're
be
being a
quiet.
bit.
Hey, your belt was the only thing I asked. I didn't ask you to remove your keys or phone or worry about your wedding ring that's on
Put
your
your
hand.
pants
Okay,
back
there's-
on. They're fine.
I mean, and so,
No.
and so all that went well.
Well, you're in your underwear.
we have scheduled the injection for a couple weeks.
Oh.
So fired up about getting that. But something else happened yesterday while I was there.
What you got?
And this is one of those things that I know better. This is a rookie mistake, and it is don't open Marco Polos from Greg when someone has a chance of listening to
Oh,
it.
Correct.
y'all are
If you don't have
exaggerating.
headphones or something, or you're
Y'all
not
are
like,
exaggerating.
Greg.
I had a medical question for Helms. I was just wanting to help him out.
oh my goodness.
I want to make sure they were
Greg
checking.
was,
Hey,
Greg
I've
was-
been burnt before on that.
Listen,
Sorry for being concerned.
the timing in which I decided to play it. And here's where I got comfortable. I was also Marco Polo and my daughter, Caroline.
Oh boy.
And so we were going back and forth. And so I thought, well, okay, Greg's chimed in. I mean, I didn't hit the button, and the nurse practitioner walked in the door.
Oh no.
Oh no.
And
You're going,
and clearly
"Sorry about that."
clearly heard every word you said. Now the good news is she loves the show, so
Well, that
it's
wasn't
not a big
bad.
deal
I
there.
had- I had a
probably was like,
medical-
oh, I like Greg.
Well, Greg, it wasn't terrible, but it's something we can't say here.
What, did they check or not?
No, Greg, they did not. I was not there for that particular procedure.
Well, why are you there?
but it's
When
amazing.
in Rome.
It's amazing how you'll go right to that
Yes.
area of the body.
Yeah.
I mean, you
Did
pass
he
a
not
lot
say
of
his lower
areas.
back was hurting? So, he said they felt him up.
I don't know if they said that.
That wasn't not what you said in your polo. Squeezing your butt or something.
Greg, what are you talking?
Is that not what he
Goodness
said?
gracious.
What's wrong with you?
Huh?
Look, don't be mad at us about the storm.
I just asked.
They
a question.
got to see where the tender areas
I
are.
know. That's what I was talking about.
Squeeze my cheeks a little bit.
Oh, yeah. Oh.
Well, I mean, you have to find out what's hurting down there and what's not.
It is
Pressure
tough to
point.
hear like somebody talk about how they love the show, and then I mean your butt's exposed or something.
That doesn't hurt here. I'm like, wow.
And
okay,
they're just
you're
doing
squeezing my rump.
they're doing their job. I love the show. You know, whatever happened to the 7 o'clock song or something? And you know, and then they're like, wow.
Is there any pain here?
Yeah.
Is this a high pressure point here? What about here?
Yeah.
What about here? I'm like, oh, okay.
Or I
Wow.
used to listen with my mom on the way to school.
Yeah,
you know,
that's
and
how
now-
old you
Yeah,
are.
now they're like in their upper 20s or
Yeah,
something, and you're
bunch
like,
of old
good
idiots
night.
hanging on by a thread.
Well, Greg will say anything, won't he? Yeah, he will.
Yeah, he sure
I was
will.
trying to help out.
You heard
I'm,
it when
I'm,
you
I'm
walked in
done
the door.
helping.
But it's just amazing how you'll go right there.
Well, yeah,
You
and
bypass.
I know
mean,
better.
you go by
Look.
shoulders, elbows, everything.
Here was me. I pull it up and I go, oh, okay, a couple Marco Polos. Let's see.
well, I try to
Caroline.
make them count. You know
Oh,
what I
there's
mean? I don't want-
Caroline's. Oh, probably shouldn't play Greg's right now. Yeah, why not? And then, I mean, the minute I hit play,
Well,
the
I
door
mean,
opens.
There's no sense in small talk. I want to make it count. You know?
Well, I tell you what, you
hit
did.
it. Get me ready.
Hey, well done.
Okay.
You,
Hey, another home run, buddy.
I mean, goodness gracious.
So what? So I know that you have something set or
Yes.
whatever. They feel like they can take care of it.
Yeah, yeah.
And-
Nothing's gotten any worse. It's that same general area that I always deal
And you
with.
want to get this fixed to just kind of
so I can get back active. I can't do
He
anything.
was walking like he had a cob up his butt the other day. Remember he was little back?
yeah. You've seen that, yeah.
I,
Like you've been riding a horse all day.
Yeah.
I don't feel like I should have to take a couple days off after doing something for a couple hours. I shouldn't. And so this will get me back into
use
that.
it to your advantage to get out of having to do stuff at home.
Yeah, but I'm not that guy. You're right, but I'm not. I can't.
Did you just say you're not that guy?
Is that
I'm
what he
not.
said?
No, I'm
I
talking
swear
about-
that's what he said.
like things that I mean. I am so. I got to be doing something. I
Things
can't
that he
just
wants
be
to do, he
sitting.
loves.
Yeah, there you
Well,
go.
yeah. So do you get in the habit, Greg, of doing things you don't like?
That's pretty much
'Cause I don't.
90% of my day, actually.
I mean, goodness gracious.
You hear me? About 90% of my day.
Yeah. That's good stuff. Well, you can get back out on the tennis court now.
Well, that's it. Like I went out with Braden on, I guess, last Monday,
Ooh, I
and
got
that's when it
tennis
hit
shoes.
me that on Tuesday and Wednesday. I mean, I can't go do anything extra as far as exercise. Or, I mean, I'm basically just sitting here or leaning. Leaning is what I'm doing.
All right, so let me ask you a question. When you say your
Gets on
back
that
hurt,
nerve.
what does
It's
it
the
just
L4, L5. There's some arthritis in there.
does it
There's
just take
a
your breath
disc
away
issue.
kind of thing where you bend a certain way and it's just like, oh,
There's
or
pressure
is it-
points
makes it
on
do
nerves
this?
that will makes me just collapse. Really.
How's he walk?
Well, you know what, Greg? Have to.
He was hurting the other day.
Okay, so walking like that relieves that pressure and makes it feel
Yeah,
better.
yeah.
So that's where you land.
Yeah. All of it's on that nerve.
See, I'm sorry. I
Plus,
care.
there's arthritis. I mean, look, I know I don't want to. I'm 43. I don't want to have arthritis at 43, but I
Oh,
do.
yeah, well.
I remember 5 years ago, Dr. Downey going, "Hey, look, here's the deal. You got some arthritis in there too. This is not just a disc issue, and you got a ton of swelling, and there's some arthritic issues that we dealt with, and so all that. I mean, usually you get about probably 6-8 months to a year on these injections,
How long
and
they
mine lasted really mine lasted about 2 years, 3 years. I've just dealt with it for the last 2, and it's got to the point where I'm tired of dealing with it.
Right.
I want to be. I want to be back and active.
I think I remember the last time you did that. That's been that long.
It's quite a bit. As best of it.
Yeah.
5 years ago.
Yeah,
I asked her that specific question yesterday.
So that'll tell you how time flies.
Yeah.
You're right.
How about that?
Wow.
Sorry, buddy.
So there will be a day that's coming up in a couple weeks where I'll come into the kickoff hour, hang out with y'all for a little bit after in the big show, and then I'll head on over and
Heading out.
get an injection. Helmsy's back.
How quick does the inject? Is it like or is it like days later? Or is it
It's
immediate?
it's pretty immediate. Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah.
All right, we'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
11 minutes till top of the hour. This portion of the Rick and Bubba Show's kickoff hour is brought to you by Ancestry.com/Bubba. It's something that a lot of us don't know about, and that's the history of your family. And it's easy now with Ancestry.com/Bubba and their Ancestry DNA kit. Whichever you choose, from tracing your family generations back with a family tree or uncovering your ethnicity with Ancestry DNA, it's easy to get started with Ancestry.com/Bubba. Their test not only tells you where your ancestors are from, but Ancestry's billions of records and millions of family trees let you discover their personal stories. So go right now to Ancestry.com/Bubba and get your Ancestry DNA kit and start your trial for free. That's Ancestry.com/Bubba, Ancestry.com/Bubba. Or as always, you can find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. Ancestry DNA kit, get that today. Start a free trial to amplify your discoveries with access to their billions of records at Ancestry.com/Bubba. All right, so we're rolling on back. And, I've been thinking a little bit about this after meeting Wilburn and Wilburn. I didn't know Wilburn and Wilburn existed. That was a big part of the show over the last few weeks. Met Jonathan and Jordan Wilburn, and then we started talking about Wilburns, and Jonathan knew a lot more than I did. He said, "Oh, well, when the Wilburns and they came over, and then West Virginia and all this kind of stuff," and I was looking at him like, "Really?
Did you throw David Crockett in there or Daniel Boone? Which
I did. I didn't do that, but what I did do is I said, well, a lot of our history from my dad telling me this is South Georgia, and whatever." And he was like, "Well, yeah, that probably, but it started in, he threw out West Virginia, and so
Mama.
yeah. So anyway, it's kind of made me start thinking about this a little bit, like, hey,
yeah, it'd be fun.
I
like that. I think it's interesting.
Yeah,
I had a family member years ago send us some. It went, and they've traced all the way back to the Jamestown, the first settlement.
Mm-hmm.
The Burgesses that came over for that. It was pretty neat. Yeah. One of the first settlements.
Yeah.
As you figure that out, because it looks like a bracket, this DNA, Ancestry DNA, it looks like a bracket the way they do it. Have y'all filled out your brackets?
I have not. Was asked about that yesterday afternoon if I had filled one out from someone that does it all the time. Hey, Rick and Bubba bracket, love it. Glad it came back.
Okay.
Have you filled it out? No, I hadn't.
Will y'all please do the Rick and Bubba one?
Okay.
Why?
Yeah, well, I've done it. I've already gotten. I have an account still from when I've done it years
You gotta
past.
get an account.
We're all guessing. We're not really keeping up with it. It's not like everybody's like, oh, make an expert opinion. We're guessing.
I set this up.
I don't even know
for our
who's
audience
even good.
and for the staff. I don't need Greg. I don't either. I think I picked Illinois to win it all.
Really?
Look,
Any good?
Look,
Well, they're number one seed. They clearly are.
I thought Gonzaga was number one seed.
Well, there's
Bubba.
4.
Oh,
I
in
mean,
their area.
There's
Buddy.
4.
In their area. Well, there's got to be one everybody thinks is the.
Yeah.
Baylor's the number one seed.
Gonzaga's a good one. Alabama's on a lot of people's Final Four list.
Amanda's got Alabama. My wife, Amanda's got Alabama in the Final Four.
They're
Got them winning it all.
They're going to get beat in the first round.
What?
Just because of all the hype, everybody's all fired.
Iona, they play, right? And that's Rick
that's Rick.
Pitino's
Yeah.
bunch.
If he can,
Didn't
of
know
course,
he was
and
still
he
coaching.
may be recruiting with strippers like he did at Louisville. He may have some ball players there. That's what he
It's
got in
not
trouble about.
alive.
Greg.
Remember?
So you've turned this.
So
you
he
turned
must
me
have some good
asking
ball
about
players.
brackets.
How about his
That's
son?
all I heard just at the house. Hey, who's got the bracket? Who don't have it? Braden's taking control. I tell you what, he's got a future in setting up brackets.
I can't fool with the
Speaking of Pitino, did you see where Richard, his son, got fired at Minnesota after 8 seasons?
Really?
Mm-hmm. And it looks like he might be taking another job now too. So he's going to be a quick landing for him. But yeah, no, I need to do that, Helmsy and Greg. This is what's so simple. It's already laid out for you.
It is click.
All you got to do is just kind of
Okay,
progress
yeah, I get
along
that.
the line and just get.
The hardest part you're going to have trouble with is creating an account. That's it.
Oh, you do it for him and then just tell him this is what it is.
Look, I'll pretend like I did it.
Okay.
Let's just do that.
Why are you squinting?
When does it start? Thursday?
I think the play-ins are Thursday.
I
and
thought
then,
And that bothers
is that
me.
wrong?
Yeah, I think the play-ins are Wednesday or Tuesday.
Oh, okay. I thought it started
My God.
Friday.
And then the Thursday, because you got Thursday and Friday all day.
Okay.
You know, this is the.
Bro,
This
what's
is
your
the,
bracket
That
look
shows
like?
how much.
the
This
time
shows
of-
how much I know.
well,
about it.
I think it's always been like.
I thought it was Friday. It started.
They
what's
you
your
know,
brackets look
this
like?
is the best. They say this is the best tournament to get the snip.
All right. First round, March 19th, 20th.
Yeah.
That's Friday. Yeah, so it is Friday. It's the actual bracket starts Friday.
Well, that's different because it's always been Thursday and Friday.
I know, and I was talking about that, and they said it's a little different, isn't it? Because it starts Friday.
Okay.
And that was actually a discussion
Why
yesterday.
is that?
That's why I was so
COVID
confident at first.
Is that COVID reasons? Or?
I don't know, and I'm probably wrong, but it's just right here, first round. It says March 19th, 20th on this. But you know what, Helmsy?
That's
Who knows?
weird.
March first four is
The play-ins.
the play-ins, and that says March 19th.
Oh, okay.
So, I don't know. Anyway, there you go. But anyway, it's at rickandbubba.com. It's easy to find. Fill out the Rick and Bubba bracket.
Because usually the first weekend it's Thursday, Friday, and then they hash out Saturday and Sunday before they move on.
Yeah. Well, while I'm bringing this up, look at that and tell me if you're seeing
I'm
something
not
different.
questioning what you're reading. I'm just saying that's the way it's been.
Did y'all see where Gronkowski got him a nice little deal, 1-year deal worth $10 million to stay with the Bucks? Hey, come out. Hey, Gronk, you want to come out of retirement and kind of come play with me at Tampa? Sure, Tom, I'll do that. Win a Super Bowl. And guess what? Not only that, but if I told you that we're going to win a Super Bowl and the year after that you're going to sign a 1-year deal for $10 million, would you take it? Yeah.
Yeah.
That's probably a good choice on his part. But
is that you being Gronk when you say, oh, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, sure. Why not?
What? Heck yeah.
So anyway, the Bucks have agreed to a 1-year deal worth $10 million. His agent told ESPN on Monday, and so
they're
Gronkowski has landed,
signed up,
for another
and make
year.
Another run.
Yep, exactly.
All right, so the first 32 first-round games have always taken place on Thursday and Friday since the tournament expanded to 64 teams in 1985. But the games this year will be pushed back to start a day later on Friday.
Okay.
Now, this is a big deal because they didn't even have it last year. You know,
oh yeah.
Is
you
trying to
get
I'm
into
not
it
going
now?
to do a bracket, but I understand why everybody be really fired. If this is your thing and you went last year, it didn't happen because we were right in the middle of all this. Nobody knew what.
Mm-hmm.
Man, you got to be fired up.
All right, so it says the tournament.
I'm picking on
the tournament schedule has been moved around for logistical reasons, resulting in all first 4 games being played on Thursday. So I'm assuming it's all COVID related with the fact that teams
64
teams are finishing up on Sunday, and I think some of them may have even had to. Yeah, I guess they finished up on Sunday, so they just gave an extra day. I guess that's interesting.
Also, I saw where Drew Brees didn't take long. He landed on NBC. He's going to be joining the NBC Sports as studio analyst. He'll also call the Notre Dame football game.
I think his kids have sent out another video since that.
Craig, that really
We're
bothers
going to see
me,
Daddy more, but not all that much more. Something like that.
They'll see him more.
All right, I was thinking that he might land somewhere, but I didn't know it would be this quick.
Well, how do we know he can even be good at this?
I don't know.
Has he ever done any?
Greg,
I've always Hall of Fame quarterback.
I've always
maybe?
wondered that because they've been pinpointing him for a few years now.
Surely
they
he's
want
got
to
some
put
screen tests and stuff.
I think so.
Yeah, and
That's
look,
a
You
good
got to be
question.
better than
I
Romo.
I'm not a Drew Brees expert, but in his interviews and stuff, he seems to.
That scar
be able
on
to
his face
communicate
is going to be tough. Used to have you get that mole took off.
What is wrong with this one today?
Good God.
Remember he had a huge mole?
Greg.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
6 minutes now past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. Brand new hour beginning now. Starts with the national anthem. It is 8 minutes past the hour. You got the Rick and Bubba Show another day ready for you to join us. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, Team Rick and Bubba already giving you a kickoff hour and ready to go. "27 years of the Rick and Bubba Show, still standing, still swinging, and looking forward to chatting with you today on the stories. We'll work on the Wheel of Meat. Could happen today on the program. We have a grilling fork that we're going to let you vote and name today. And also, fill out your Rick and Bubba bracket and maybe win something cool from Blaze TV and the Rick and Bubba Show. All that's available by going to Rick and Bubba, spell out the word and.com. We'll get the poll up there. I don't think it's up there yet, but we'll get that up there today. Well, look over there. Look right there. Well, look it. There he sits. Pride of Cedar Springs, Alabama. Most of you probably know him best as the Silver Tongue One, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eater's man of the year, the inventor of pizza in a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Bubba, how are you?
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, welcome in to another edition of Rick and Bubba.
Somebody say...
Well, if you're out driving, it ain't shining on you this morning. That's for sure.
Well, according to where you live, but you're right. For us, no doubt about it. So I think we're going to have some rain over today, tomorrow, and maybe some severe weather tomorrow. So that'll be fun to see if the broadcast plaza or our homes still have power on the way in tomorrow.
Yeah, it's always exciting.
Yep.
I was in the shower this morning. I heard some thunder going off, and I'll get out of the shower because I'm not going to risk that.
Yeah, that lightning runs in the shower. I read about it every day.
It's come a long way on that,
Greg. But then, The odds of the
we
shower
all-
getting me astronomical. But other areas of life, no problem.
Yeah, we all climb on the Suzuki at some point
Oh, we do.
during the day.
We pick what we want. We all do.
We pick our jumps.
Rick, I'm lightning out of the shower.
Right.
No, I was actually getting out when I heard the thunder. I didn't know it was.
You didn't know you were
storming when I
shaking
got
hands
out.
with danger the whole time you was in there.
What were you
Had that
doing,
giant
Bubba?
lightning rod down the street.
You got in the shower without checking the radar?
I know.
Well, here's the thing that
Well, I had to get a shower.
So the
anyway,
bad weather is supposed to be here tomorrow night.
I don't
Just,
know.
yeah.
I have no
where
idea.
we live. There's a
The
giant
show's
system.
based out of.
Greg,
over-
and they don't know either. I mean, what they're telling you.
Of course, I'm in trouble because I was supposed to go to storm shelter and I didn't.
What?
Yeah, every time we have bad weather, we have to hide. We don't have a great place to hide in our house, and I wanted one of them they put in your garage, and it's just you can't just go, hey, bring me one of those. It's a long
That's what I'm
process.
saying. I don't think you're gonna get it done by tomorrow.
No. I'm just, or by the next year. I'm just saying it's a long way out.
It is.
Greg, I've seen
I'm just saying,
one of
you know how
those.
you go, man. I need to
Yeah.
get one of them, and then I blink my eyes. And it's been a year,
Right.
And-
Yeah, but I've heard your speech on it before.
yeah, but at least it's
And
not.
see,
I know, Greg.
our old house, we used to have a basement,
thousands
which
of
was
them.
a kind of its own storm shelter. Now we don't, so I'm in the same boat.
I've seen one of those you're talking about. It's really cool.
Oh, yeah.
But here's the problem. You got to raise the garage door, back the car out to be able to get down in it.
No. I'm not talking about
No.
under. That just is the standing one.
Oh, in the corner.
Yeah,
Okay,
no,
I got
I don't
you.
want to get under the ground like that. That's a little.
Well, that's
trapped
where
down
the
there.
only place you really
I
safe.
know, but I
I've
don't
seen
know.
one. It's really nice. So
Now,
you
the
go down there, you
above-
slide the
well, now
door.
we're-
I'm talking about the vault in the corner there.
Yeah.
it's like 4
kind
by
of like the
6.
ones y'all I got in with Valley and
Yeah.
y'all shot
Yeah.
it and ran a car into it and I
4
was
by
in there.
6.
I got to admit, that was a tough one. I mean, we tried to burn it down with a jet engine. We ran a car with explosives into it.
We don't
We
have that
shot it
sponsor
up.
anymore.
That was great.
That was that was quite a deal, Speedy.
It is.
I mean, is the video still out of there? Out?
I guess so.
Okay.
Yeah, I would think. Yeah, it is. Yeah, I'm getting
I
thumbs
mean,
up from
people
Adler.
will ask me sometimes about something. I said, well, that time that we put Speedy in that thing and shot him, and they said, you
Hit him
shot
with
at an
cars.
employee. I said,
there?
with high-powered deer rifles, we shot at Speedy.
I see that day I had my beard perfect. But it's
Did we have the car hitting it? By the way, we tried to get it to explode. We loaded it with gas and everything,
Yeah.
trying to get it to blow up.
you forget
The jet engine was pretty impressive on that dragster.
Blowing at it, yeah.
That was loud.
It's funny because you look at old stuff, and I'll look at stuff, and I go, "Man, what's the difference in my beard then and now?" And then I realize, well, it wasn't gray then.
Yeah, that makes a difference.
now about 70% of it's
There it
gray.
is.
Hey, I'm in there. Just in
There
case
you
y'all
come.
are wondering.
There's Speedy. No, okay.
Yeah.
Well, you really looked old that day. No,
There he
is.
They were telling us to hurry up and get away from it. You never know.
Y'all forgot about the fact that we're in a pasture in North Alabama doing all this. That when the dragster, is this the video inside?
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
That's cool. That's cool. Y'all didn't know if it was going to make it or not. When the dragster that had this jet engine and they chained it to the ground and tried to blow this thing away with literally 300-mile-an-hour winds, the noise that it made was unbelievable.
Yeah.
And you remember we were about wrapping up with a shooting when a farmer from down the road came and said that the noise had scared his cows and they had run through a fence. You remember
Right
that?
there.
Look at that. Please look at that.
Hey guys, I'm fine.
That is hilarious.
That is.
Greg, can you believe that?
Well, that's a show enough good one.
Oh, that is.
Hey, that is an engine right there.
Yeah.
Let you know what that.
So those of you that are listening,
is
we're watching
unbelievable.
video of this. It was Valley Storm Shelters.
Yep.
And
They make a smaller version of that they will put actually inside your garage.
Greg, we got you in the garage.
Yeah, buddy. We know that.
I don't want
we,
that
we did
giant
the
thing.
commercial.
That's
for
a
this,
lot
right?
of things.
This is you talking to yourself out loud again.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, don't picture that in the garage. That's too big.
Right. Well, it was good.
That
that was from me to get in.
Right. That's a different.
Well, you can get one of them in your yard, but who wants that?
Right. We're just talking about how indestructible
Who wants
it was.
that?
We're strictly talking about how indestructible it was, and that we put Speedy in there to prove it.
Yeah.
How
It didn't-
about,
it
that,
didn't
how
even
about
look
that
like-
jet engine, that exhaust coming off of it?
It looked like when that car hit it, it was like a button. Now here we are shooting at Speedy.
Yeah.
That's the best.
While he's in the.
Y'all were having time of your life.
Yeah,
with
we
that.
are. Look, we're firing on Speedy.
Well, it's not every day you get to shoot at a friend.
Right. Wow, my beard's really gotten gray. All right, so
And people go, well, pick up another gun, shoot again.
right. So we're firing on Speedy at
We
that
had
point.
extra safety precautions, but
Yeah.
it held up.
We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
comes.
This is it.
Here it comes.
Wow! Wow!
Here it comes. Okay. This is definitely it.
Wow! Wow, that was amazing, man. I could hardly even feel the shock.
I know.
I mean, that's unbelievable. Hey, where's Rick and Bubba? What are y'all doing way over there? Guys!
Speedy, I have to tell you, y'all were a little late, it seemed like, getting in the shelter.
Yeah, I mean, y'all watched the car come a long way.
Well, no, the marker, I don't know if you can see the marker there with the yellow. When it gets to there, then get in because there were so many dry runs.
All right, did you feel anything off that hit right there?
Well, you could hear you could hear the thum, but you didn't shake or anything like that. I mean, that thing's
Did
unbelievable.
you feel anything at all?
No, not really, not hardly.
Just a loud noise?
Yeah. What did it look like from the outside?
Well, it looked like a car that came to a very abrupt stop.
I mean, that thing didn't even move.
Right.
No, it's for the comedy factor, it was great, but I will have to say this. Valley Storm Shelter proved their point, and Speedy, you put your life on the line to prove it. Thank you.
Yeah, well, I mean, Tim got in there with me, and he said, we're not going to do anything that we don't believe in, so we're going to get in there with you.
Look, again,
unlike y'all, y'all
stayed.
stayed out here, and for some reason was hiding behind a trailer.
Speedy,
I don't understand
Speedy,
that.
Did you see it nearly hit my truck? Bubba, we're here at the test facility for Valley Storm Shelters, Bubba, somewhere in the middle of rural Alabama. We're not sure where we are. The last community we were able to identify was Grant, and we don't know where we are now. But I will tell you this, this baby right here can withstand a lot of power. I mean, we have already put it through the ringer and are about to shoot at it.
Rick, we have practiced.
866 We Be Big is our number. Website, Rick and Bubba, spell out the word and.com. Okay, as we get back, update here within the Rick and Bubba show on COVID-19. As we stand, the number of people on the show with the antibodies, Speedy, Helms, Bubba, Rick, all with antibodies. Adler still has not had it, and Greg still has not had it, but Greg is getting the vaccine today.
Yeah. How about that?
I mean, so how does it feel?
I figured why not.
Yeah, it goes back to
and
what.
Plus, that way we could study me. See,
well, we'll see.
Right here on air.
So, which one you getting? Moderna?
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel better about that when I keep telling Speedy that.
My parents get the second Pfizer vaccine shot Wednesday.
So we've had.
We're working through it.
Thanks,
We're
Rick.
working through it.
So our parents, 79 and 80, have had the Moderna. They've had the first and second. And
here come the emails I'm going to get people going, oh.
But little to no issue from none,
Yeah,
really.
Mom said
They got through it fine.
Feeling good.
But some people do get sick for a day or so after the second shot. So we'll watch Greg to see how he does.
Yeah, why not?
but
like an experiment.
Yeah, we're fortunate enough to have access to it. And you're also 54 years old, so as they make their way down, you have been allowed to go and get it.
But more important, he's an essential worker.
Declared
How does it feel to be
because
essential?
of his broadcasting?
I'm a broadcaster. I am on the front lines. I must report to everyone.
I'm not sure how much that falls
Can you
into
imagine they've moved a guy up to essential? That really the things that we break down and cover are our favorite snacks. We talked about corn nuts yesterday.
That's a great point, Rick.
Yeah.
Not sure how essential that really is.
Get that corn nut guy in here.
Get the guy, because people got to hear about corn nuts during the pandemic.
Guys, what if he's sick and can't tell us his favorite candy bar?
That's so true. Quick, get him an exemption.
Hurry up!
So we'll be able to study Greg firsthand.
He may not be able to make fun of somebody's ears.
Yeah, well, come on.
Yeah, get him in there.
And let's see this. I'm trying to
So
see
today,
the
hey,
date.
are you a little bit nervous?
Nah, I ain't worried about it.
You're not worried about like being sick and after the second one? Just not feeling good. I mean, you don't be in any danger. I'm just talking about.
This is what you do.
I mean, you know how you feel bad. I mean, I don't like to feel bad.
Yeah, everybody's the few people I know that have, they said it didn't last very long. To feel bad.
I had one guy tell me day before yesterday, real sick though for a day.
Is he a candy or is he?
Hey, is this what you did to him your whole
He
life?
put kerosene socks on.
Yeah. He's good.
And Rick, I'm supposed to get my antibody test again at the end of next week. So that'll be my 90-day check on that. So
the
we'll see how
90-day.
that goes.
All righty, not a day.
Gonna get a check.
Same as cash.
I'm using you as my scale because we got it at the same time. Right. So when you start running out, I'm going to go get tested.
Okay. Yeah, I'll
I'm in the same boat. What I have it about a week.
Yeah.
About a week. I've actually had it about the same time.
You did.
Y'all
Yeah, a
did.
little
Because you
delayed.
gave it to us.
So we can all.
Yeah.
We can all.
You're, Speedy, if you won't track it, you're about a week ahead of us.
Yeah, so I'll go off what your antibodies.
Remember, we used your family to prove that the testing is not very accurate.
No, it's not.
Yeah. So.
No, we found that.
Yeah, your wife was cleared of every disease known to man.
You know,
but had COVID.
The only thing I think as we start to ramp up again in the fall, I don't know how many places are going to require that you have vaccination before they're going to let you do whatever they do. Say go to football games, fly on planes, that kind of thing. So, at some point we're going to have to get the vaccination if we go to that. But I don't want to get it till the antibodies roll off. So it could be a year. Who knows? We don't know.
Yeah.
A lot of it has to do with how if you're exposed again. Even though you may not get sick, your antibodies will shoot up. So we'll see. That shows your immune system's working, by the way.
Yeah, like you said, I honestly think some of the information seems to possibly see this is how much we know, to say that there may be a link between if you still have the antibodies and go ahead and get the vaccine, those people do seem to get sick because of that.
Well, the whole reason you get the vaccination is to have antibodies if you already got it. I mean, they're trying to mimic the natural response with the vaccination, and still the levels are almost as much, but you're still better off to have had it and be over it.
Yeah, no doubt. So we'll do that. I got it at the 1st of December. So I'm in about I got it about 3 weeks before y'all.
Yeah.
something like that. So we're all in a relative.
Yeah.
So
And then you
3
got all
weeks
these
before Speedy, a month before me and him.
And then you got all these variants. So I think we have a story now that there's a French variant now.
Yep.
Well, I know
France shutting down again.
I know that this is not wise. So let me just say, I'm not saying that everybody should be this way. I can't muster any energy for a variant. I've been in a pandemic mode. I think I can give to the pandemic all I can. I have nothing left.
Well,
for any additional pandemic.
Right. We've given a lot to the pandemic.
Yeah.
We've destroyed the greatest economy in the history of mankind. We have sacrificed a president for it. So we've give.
Yeah.
We've give.
You know how somebody comes in and says, "Hey, we got to run 10 more sprints," and I'm just like, I don't have another sprint in.
Yeah, you can't just pile one more.
Hey
on
man, there's a
there.
variant coming. Well, hope it works out.
That's one reason. That's one reason it's important that the people who have not had it get vaccinated, so we can, put the control rods in and kill this thing, so that it does it longer. As long as it hangs around, it's going to have variants. So we need to get it off the, off the playing field as soon as possible.
Here's the good news: is that we are we are making progress. The progress is obvious. We do not have as many people sick. We don't have as many people hospitalized. We don't have as many people dying. And that's all good news.
Yeah, even some of the latest numbers today are down to spring 2020 numbers, which is incredible how it has fallen off since mid-January.
Well, you have, guys, I'm telling you, here's how this thing went just in Rick's very narrow ability to see his own life is I went from the COVID is everywhere but it's nowhere to COVID is everywhere and it's everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
And now I'm getting to the point where I hardly know anyone that doesn't have the vaccine or the antibodies. I mean, we're getting to that herd immunity. We are getting there.
Rick,
and everything is showing that.
Yeah, and you know what? It's part of the natural process that was put in place by the divine creator of the universe to begin with. We've talked about the sine waves before, but it does all go in a cycle. And at some point, we knew that the natural immunity would catch up and start rolling this thing back down, and that's what's happened, and that's a good thing. Just like with the so-called global warming, okay? If we have all these greenhouse gases, it's going to make the earth greener because it's good for plants, and at that point, they're putting off more oxygen, and it's also cooling everything, so it rotates back the other way. So, I mean, the whole universe falls on these kind of systems, and this has too, and thank goodness we're seeing it now.
Yeah, so hopefully, and it feels like we're getting toward the end of it. So just keep on.
We got to be vigilant. Don't fumble this thing late in the fourth quarter. Let's put this baby to bed.
Yep.
So we can get back to like real things like football next fall, full of people everywhere, and not having to worry about all this stuff.
Bottom of the hour. 866 We Be Big is the number. More Rick and Bubba coming up after the bottom of the hour break.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It is 35 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big is the number. Hey, do want to point you to candidco.com/Bubba. Are you unhappy with your smile? Well, you don't have to be. Here's what you can do. There are thousands of people who have used candidco.com/Bubba. These are clear, comfortable, removable, and practically invisible aligners. They help straighten teeth. For example, Cameron listens to us out of Nashville. We talked about him in the commercial for quite a while now, but what Cameron was trying to let us know is his teeth were not what he wanted them to be, and he was about to get married. So he heard about candidco.com/Bubba, and he says, thank you guys. This helped straighten my teeth too, and got me ready to have a perfect smile for my wedding. Very easy, very effective. Now here's what you got to look out for, because there are some competitors, but the competitors just use a general dentist to help you with the straightening of the teeth, but that's not the general dentist expertise. At candidco.com, they're only working with orthodontists, and they'll create your plan, and they're with you from the start to the finish. The average treatment about 6 months, but you'll start seeing results way before that. So go ahead and start straightening your teeth today from the privacy of your own home. You save $75 on the starter kit because you like this show. So there you go. Go to candidco.com/Bubba. That's how you get the $75 off using that code Bubba. There's also a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. So, Bubba, yesterday you came back from the weekend. You had water pouring through a speaker downstairs.
You know, that's really not good for the sound quality.
No, it's not.
They highly discourage that.
You had a pontoon that drove in circles, then stopped driving at all. So you left here as soon as we didn't need you, and I knew when he left, that man's heading into a whirlwind.
Yeah.
Yeah, quagmire.
Head into a whirlwind of hassle.
Yes,
I got me some issues.
So now this is what's really disturbing. We had this major water leak, and Betty had took pictures of it, and we'd shut everything off. I come back, got the plumbers there. I made the one call to Stegall, like we tell everybody to do.
Oh yeah.
And the guys come in, great guys, and we ease the water back on, and we're all waiting for the leak and looking, and we're posted at different places, and there's nothing leaking, and we're like, wow. So it was pouring. Now there's nothing happening, So I thought if you leave it off over the weekend, the pressure being gone to adjust things. So anyway, it's funny. I mean, these guys were so good. We're really looking for it. We tear a refrigerator out, take a dishwasher out, look under sinks. There is nothing. It's bone dry everywhere upstairs where it should be coming from. And the only thing we can find is a cutoff valve that went to a old ice machine, which, by the way, when we got the house, I thought, hey, ice machine, this is going to be awesome. Ice machines, I have never had one work right for very long.
I'd like to rename them and change the word ice to something that sounds similar.
Right.
That's what they turn into.
Because they're a pain in it.
The short amount of time they work, they're great.
Yeah.
But it seems like every one I've ever dealt with, in many places, other people's too, it's just they always squat and crash and they leak.
Mm-hmm. And the worst thing you do, we have one and it's had to be replaced, and you have to keep them clean, have to do all that. It literally sits on concrete, and there's nothing under it.
Yeah,
because if you put it anywhere, when that thing starts leaking, it's going to affect whatever's below it.
Oh yeah. It's a mess. So. That's the only thing we could find. We had an old ice machine. It had a cutoff valve in it, and say if it was like 10 turns to cut it off, that maybe it was 2 turns open. I don't know how it got open. I don't know if it just got bumped by something, a pot or pan up under there or something, or even in her haste trying to cut things off, Betty may have turned it. I don't know, but it was open. So we think that there may have been a slow leak coming from that. There was, we traced it. We knew it was coming from upstairs, but that was the only thing we could find even kinda. So it wasn't the clear cut, hey, there's a big hole in the pipe we were hoping for. So we're drying it all out real good, and we'll keep an eye on it. But
didn't she say it was pouring out?
Yeah. I mean, we had pots and pans and all that. So I don't know if it got bumped open, and then as she was shutting everything off, maybe she closed it back. there was a lot of confusion when water was coming out of the ceiling, and I wasn't there, so we don't exactly.
How's your ceiling and your speaker?
You know what? It fared very well. I mean, it's not. I kind of thought I'd come back and it'd be like oatmeal hanging because I've seen that before too. But yeah, it was really in pretty good shape. We're gonna have to dry it out. It might need a coat of paint on it, but that's
You're fortunate.
That's always fun.
Any word on pontoon?
No, it's pontoon place closed on Monday. You know, I know a lot of places close on Monday, but it's amazing how many places you need on Monday.
It is shocking.
You know, I always realize I need a haircut on Monday because it looked too long at church on Sunday, and I go, hey, I need a haircut.
Where did I hear this? Were we together? Because I just heard this. Maybe it was.
I'd almost rather they take Saturday off and be open on Monday.
No, wait a minute. Somebody was just talking about this, saying what we don't understand is our culture is all tied. How many times do you say, yeah, and I need to do that Monday. I'm gonna look into that Monday.
Right.
Hey, it's up Monday, because we consider that the restart.
Right.
And so when somebody provides a service except on Monday, we're usually thinking about something we need for Monday. Hey, I need to look. I got to get that done Monday.
Because you realize over the weekend a lot of things that need doing. You go,
Well, Bubba, don't forget
Monday.
about. But you know,
hey, I'll check that Monday.
You know why Monday gets beat up because of the way Friday operates.
Yeah,
I'll worry about that Monday.
Yes.
I'll get that storm shelter Monday.
See, I get the boat. I get why a boat place is closed on Monday because they're super busy and you got to get people out on the weekend.
Right.
A haircut place, I don't get to this day.
Well, I don't get
because
most of them work on Saturday. A lot of places that work on Saturday are closed Monday.
Restaurants, certain restaurants.
I don't get that.
And see, I kind of hate that too because you got to make plans. I mean,
Sunday, Monday is their weekend.
I'm not sitting around on Saturday while I'm at the lake thinking I need to go get a haircut. I may need some boat problem taken care of.
Yeah, what you're saying is you take away the convenience of Saturday to give you the convenience of Monday.
Right.
Yeah. Your weekend would just be normal.
well, I think like the boat people, they will go to a Monday schedule in the near future. They're still on that winter
Seasonal.
schedule.
Yeah, but you're right. Haircut people, I mean, who wants to get a haircut on Saturday?
No.
I just dropped that whole Saturday plan and just be open on Monday. We all need the haircut on Monday.
Well, it seems like all of them are in unison on that. I don't know why somebody doesn't break off and go, look, we're open on Monday. We're closed on Saturday. I think you could probably get more employees.
I might even call my.
Hey, you got your Saturday off if you cut hair here.
I might even call my haircut place Mondays. That'd be the name of it.
Or what about this?
Rick.
What about
really
this?
like
Monday twos. Monday too.
Monday too.
Yeah. Now
I've made the mistake of taking the boys when they were younger on Saturday morning, and it
what a
slowed
disaster.
it down.
What a
because
disaster.
You got people in their work schedule all week. They don't have time to go get the haircut during the week, so Saturday's important.
Yeah,
to
but
them.
I just hate to give up a Saturday for a haircut.
I know. If you
And employees, they're not happy because they got to be there on
Because I don't know
Saturday.
about y'all. I don't know about y'all. When you go, it's rare is the day that you walk in for your appointment time and they're like, okay, come on, we're ready.
Oh, yeah.
There's always somebody they ain't done with you. And
see, this is the advantage of being bald.
right. And
I ain't got to worry about it.
I've never walked in for my haircut appointment and they be ready for me. Never. And not one time. So yeah,
Rick, I try apps. I sign up ahead of time.
Yeah.
All that. It's
So
hard to thread that needle, isn't it?
So here's because see, I think if my haircut's 1:30, then I think that at 1:30 you're wrapping that thing around me. All right, I'm sitting down. Because that's how I block my time. So my point of that is on Saturday you're not giving up a small amount of time. If you're going to get a haircut, it's a bite into that Saturday.
Yeah.
It's about an hour and a half bite. Because it's not going to be ready when you get there. You're going to have to see it, you know.
Because somebody before you was late, and now they're
Chatty
behind.
Cathy.
Yeah.
But it's and
what if you had a combo business where you could you get your hair cut while your boat's being serviced on Monday?
Ooh, and you get the vaccine on the way out.
What about this? What if I'm getting my hair cut?
And you just call it Mondays. And how about this? That's the only day they're open is Monday. They take care of everything.
How about this? I'm cutting your hair and I'm working on your boat. You're literally sitting in your boat as we cut your hair.
Okay.
And we're working on your boat, and we got another guy trying to find that leak back at your house.
What if the chair though is not on the boat, but you can watch them work on your boat while they're cutting
sitting
your
right
hair?
by it.
And instead of watching like ESPN, you get they're lifting the boat up, getting up under that.
Yeah, a little blowback from people that don't like all the hair in the water, but I mean, it's. But it'll float off.
Oh, it's good.
It's a big old lake. So there we go.
Biodegradable.
Do you feel good about that water thing? You didn't really get an answer.
Well,
it's a guess.
it's like when you work on an electrical problem. You'd rather it just smoke and be done with it than it be intermittent.
Somebody point and start going, here it is.
Yeah, here it is.
15 minutes to the top. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
9 minutes to the top of the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us today. Somebody sing. All right, so a couple things to look at in the entertainment business. No shocker here. This continues is the entertainment business. They're becoming so distant and losing connection with those of us that just go to work and like to be entertained or like to listen to music. The weirder they get, the smaller the audience gets. I don't know if they're ever going to wake up to this. Grammy ratings fall to record low, continuing a trend that award shows are losing major audience.
And, Rick, it didn't just kind of fall. It went from 19 million viewers last year to 8.8.
Woo!
So it lost over half the audience.
Well, and this is I just it's the far left of our country, and it's been said 1,000 times. It's true. They always overplay. They don't know how to. They don't know when to put the brakes on.
Yeah.
It's like you remember, Greg, what it reminds me of, and I won't tell it. I will not tell it. But you remember the joke that talked about testimonies, and everybody go ahead and just tell your testimony.
Yeah.
And finally, the last testimony was so profane and so nasty that even the pastor said, "Ooh, I don't think I'd have told that." At first it was like, get it
or
out.
it was from the movie Fletch.
Yeah, right. Rick, it was tell it all.
Show the world. Oh, brother, I don't think I'd have told that. So it's kind of gotten to the point where you go, hey, yeah, pop music, rock and roll, we're edgy. Oh, well, it's just gotten too nasty for you.
Oh my goodness, we've overdone it.
Oh my gosh, now it's got. Oh my goodness. Even people that like, look, I'm not worried about. Hey man, I like a little edge. And then even those people are like, oh my gosh, it's just. And so it's becoming so unrelatable. It's like they're living in this Sodom and Gomorrah type world that has now pushed the envelope
hard to watch
so much that it's like if you think Madonna shocked you back in the 80s, watch this,
right?
And it's like everybody's trying to out nasty each other,
yeah.
And it's gotten to the point now where it's just profane, and people are like, I'm not watching that.
Yeah,
I mean, how about this? This doesn't feel the same when Gladys Knight and the Pips used to be on.
Exactly.
This has all gotten just it's gotten so weird and so nasty you can't even relate to it.
It's like everybody's trying to outdo each other, and it's like I say, they're taking it to levels. And plus, to me, and again, I may be wrong, I haven't watched it. I know the American Music Awards are the same way. There's only one genre they really give a lot to as far as performances and all. The music as a whole is not represented, it doesn't seem. It's all that pop, hip-hop, whatever.
Just very pop-oriented.
Yeah, and just
53% down. But I just, where's the wake-up call? Because I know that, and because we work in the entertainment business, if you go to, have a sit-down and somebody says, hey, Rick and Bubba, your audience has dropped by 53%, something's going to change.
Well, you think?
I mean, somebody. I mean, something. There's people going to be fired, or hey, you got to change what you're doing. Whatever road you're on now, it's the wrong road.
Yeah.
And because what do you always hear? And we talk about this all the time, especially from artists. And I'm putting that thing artist. You know what it is? Artist. Wow, that movie's nasty. Oh, we're just giving people what they want. Not if you look at the audience and the box office sales. Family movies actually do better than anything.
Yeah.
The music that really catches on with a big audience is music that has a good beat. It's got a good hook. And it doesn't have anything in it that you'd go, oh, I really wish I wasn't here with my kids right now.
Yeah, wow, look at that.
Well,
I really don't want my kid live. What in the world?
You start out with anything that you make and put out for public consumption with 100% potential audience loving it. And then the things that you do and the choices you make trim people off the side and cut that audience down. So, you can get away with doing a song like we were talking about with a young artist that was working the other day. If if he's wanting to be edgy or her or whatever, and you have a song, well, when you push that edge to show that you're edgy, you don't gain listeners. You only run people off. Mm-hmm. So you're better to stay wide with what you're trying to market than narrow. And I don't understand why they don't get that.
Well, what's happened now is the artists have the approach, not that I'm trying to produce a product that will appeal to the most number of people. They're now trying to produce a product that can change a number of people into something they want you to be.
Right.
And,
well,
they're doing
and there
it
was
for
a there was
other
a
artists.
there was a number of songs
for other artists. Look how you think you were nasty. Look how nasty I was.
Yeah.
There was a couple of controversial songs that were going to be highlighted this year. And one of them is well known, and again, they do a live performance, and it's way over the top to what you're normally used to seeing. And they think, well, hey, we're trendsetters, but what you're doing is you just trim that audience down, and like I say, down 53%. So at some point, you have to, if you're putting on the show, you have to go, these performances are not helping us, because our goal is to get a big audience and sell advertisers to it.
Yeah, this particular song is so nasty. I can't believe that there's anybody that says not only is that song will be out there, for the whole world to listen to, because people can make their own choices what they want to listen to. We're going to feature it on the Grammys.
Oh yeah, in a big way.
Yeah.
Now don't forget. We're also going to, for some reason, and rightfully so, we're going to be upset when women are treated like sex objects.
Yeah.
That,
Yet
we
you have
we,
this
we want to
performance.
stop that mentality of women, which I agree with, women being devalued to being nothing but objects of men's pleasure. Now, over here, we're working on that, which I can get on board for that, as long as we're dealing with that actually happening,
Yeah.
not making up things that aren't that. But then we turn around and we feature a song that is all about women being objects, and they roll around like a bunch of animals and talk about things that are just nasty. I don't know any other way to say it than nasty. And then so it's a little confusing. You're sending messages that don't seem to be consistent.
Well, let me give you even a more confusing overview of this. In our current pop cancel culture that is determined to correct every wrong out there over the past 400 years, we have canceled Pepe Le Pew, a cartoon.
Correct.
But we are promoting these performances on the Grammys.
Yeah.
And see,
Makes no sense.
It absolutely no sense.
Yeah. Pepe Le Pew must go.
But Cardi B must stay.
It really is not a version of we have morals and freedom. It's a version of what I want to put out there and what I don't want out there. It's just cherry picking the whole thing to say what I want and I don't want. There's no consistency to it, and people are not responding to it. Again, if you're promoting, we're going to have this really cutting edge performance on the Grammys, how many people will tune in just to see that? Well, there may be a few, but how many people will not watch it because of that? A whole bunch, at least 53%.
That's what I say. We can kind of give you that number.
But I think what they'll do, Rick, as opposed to going to the meeting and going, we've pushed this too far, we're not accomplishing anything, is they'll reason it away.
No, here's what they do,
That's true.
this is where none of us as human beings can grow with this attitude either. Their attitude is not that there's something wrong with their product, there's something wrong with you for not watching it.
Yeah.
And that's how they see it, and that's how delusional they are. The product's not the problem, you're the problem.
You just don't get it.
Yeah, you don't. The fact you don't want this, that says something bad about you, not something bad about us for offering it. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
past the hour. Welcome in. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, and Eddie Van Adler, all here for a brand new hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Wheel of Meat's in play. It's a brand new week. Hasn't spun yet. Be paying attention for that. We welcome back for a brand new hour. There's Bill Bubba Bussy. Oh, here we go.
Federally protected trademark.
Here we go.
We just thought you'd want to know.
Thank you for that
All rights reserved.
public service announcement. Thank you.
Yeah, so, Bubs, we got some stories to cover to start the hour. We have, which is rare, and you're not going to hear this many places, so we're going to try to cover it for you here.
The Washington Post has had to admit that they made up some quotes from the president.
Yeah, right after the election, when all the controversy was going on about were the elections fair, were they manipulated, was there cheating, was this, was that, the Washington Post ran a story, and they quoted President Trump as saying that he made a call to the Georgia elections investigator, Francis Watson, and they reported that the president urged Watson to find the fraud and that she would be a national hero if she did. Well, here we are in March, and come to find out, he didn't say that. The story is wrong. And the Georgia Secretary of State's office has now released the December 23rd audio from that call, and he just simply did not say that in there. And they are running a retraction on that, a correction today, but you will not hear that anywhere. And it was a bombshell story at the time as they were trying to point to Trump trying to fix or steal the election because he didn't like the results of it. And it was just wrong. It was incorrect.
Yeah, they, as you said, it was December 23rd, the recording. They now have it, and they are saying, as clear as you can say, the recording revealed that the Post misquoted Trump's comments on the call. Trump did not tell the investigator to find the fraud or she would be a national hero if she did so. Instead, Trump urged the investigator to scrutinize ballots in Fulton County, Georgia, asserting she would find dishonesty there. He also told her that she had the most important job in the country right now.
And while it is similar to what he actually said, what they reported, it's not the same, and it greatly changes the meaning of what he said. He thought that there was mischief going on in Fulton County, wanted that looked at, and he, on the calls, asked her to scrutinize the ballots, to look at it again, to be sure that everything was okay. That is a lot different than the way they had framed find the fraud, which means fix it for me, in other terms.
Well, they knew that was a more provocative statement to your point because it sounds like he's telling her, look, you got to find me some fraud now.
They paraphrased what he actually said to make it look worse on Trump.
So,
I'm not surprised.
You think this will be a big wall-to-wall story today?
No, you won't hear it on any of the national media probably.
We'll see. Also, right now, Bubba, we on a much more important note, we're trying to add to the Rick and Bubba grilling set.
Yes, that is very important.
Yeah, we have the Rick and Bubba spatula. We also have the Somebody Means Business, Rick and Bubba tongs. And then we got some other things. It'll be we have Rick and Bubba grilling aprons that have all the pockets that you need, and so you can get it just like you like it. And we're about to add the grilling fork, and people have been saying what quote needs to go on the grilling fork. We have Rick and Bubba spatula on the spatula, R&B spatula. We have Somebody Means Business on the tongs, and here are the final four. And if you follow the Rick and Bubba Show on Twitter, or you are part of our Facebook, you can now vote. We have a quick poll out there, and we'll let it roll, today, and then we'll come back tomorrow and we'll call it. So the final four, picture on the grilling fork, you would see meat. You would see super stabber. You would see wow, what a fork, or stay in it. Mm-hmm. There was a little swell for these are classic Rick and Bubba statements, except for super stabber. That just kind of we thought Rick and Bubba super stabber, you stab in the meat. So that's in there. Whichever one of those four you want to be, just burned into that just solid wood handle of the grilling fork, vote for the one that you want. Whoever gets the most votes, that's what we'll call it.
Do y'all want to have any? Do y'all want any idea what's going on right now?
I like
updates.
I like
give
updates.
You some updates.
Do y'all like updates?
Yeah.
I love them.
Who doesn't love
51% of the vote currently. Wow, what a fork.
Okay.
30% super stabber. 12% stay in it. Meat, dead last at the moment with 7% of the vote.
See, that's helpful. It's helpful for us to kind of know where, because this kind of feedback helps us read you.
Anytime you need an update, Rick, you just let me know.
Okay. Don't you love an update on the polls? How they're
Oh
going?
yeah. Well, let the people speak.
Let the people speak. So they're out there. There's the big four. Go vote for the one you like. Tomorrow, whoever has the most votes will call into the Rick and Bubba store and say, So let it be written. So let it be so.
And we're not urging Helms to cheat on this.
I can't cheat on it.
Or find fraud.
Like the Washington Post might suggest.
Right.
Just let it fall where it may.
Ben,
The only cheating that can happen is Twitter actually hack into it.
well, you never know. The big tech companies.
Big tech, look out.
I wouldn't trust them far as I could
Wow,
email them.
big tech.
Here comes big tech.
Here they come.
Big tech.
Ben is in Alabama. Ben, welcome
We
to Rick
need
and
some
Bubba.
diversity in big tech.
Yeah, we do.
Hey guys,
Hey, buddy.
been listening to the show since 1994.
Thank
Love
you.
your show.
Wow.
Appreciate all you do.
Thank you.
Man, this past Sunday, I was interviewing with the pastor search committee in Las Vegas, of all places.
Oh my.
And it was the big Zoom call. It was one where they were really going to decide if I was the guy or not. And they had a list of questions, and they said, these were the questions ahead of time. We're going to ask you these questions, so I was ready for them. Well, then one of them threw me a curveball right in the middle of the interview, and he said, Ben, what are some of the podcasts you like to listen to? And I knew they meant like religious podcasts, ones that will grow you in your faith, those kind of things. And I panicked, and I couldn't remember any religious leaders, any podcasts, nothing. And before I could think, I just blurted out, Rick and Bubba University. And these people are in Las Vegas, and a lady looked at the camera and she said, "Did you say Bubba?" Yeah. And I said, "Yeah." And I had to explain it to him. I said, "Rick's a guy that has this great thing called the Man Church, and if I go to your church, I want to implement that strategy." And they were just writing down feverishly and said, "We're going to listen to these guys."
Oh,
so,
my gosh. What do we got coming up this week? I think we're talking about the pandemic this week.
And you were interviewing to be a pastor?
Yes.
I love
that answer may get you moved to playtime during vacation Bible school.
Let me tell you, I love the fact you couldn't think of Tony Evans, you couldn't think of Steve Farrar.
No,
He panicked,
Rick.
Rick.
I couldn't think of anything.
Chip Ingram.
I mean, it's like I
Matt
never heard
Chandler.
of Billy Graham.
Yeah, Billy Graham had the best of sermons.
Yeah.
Well, that's great. That's great. Well,
do we need to ask how it went? I mean, how did it end up?
Well, they called last night, and they're flying my family out, so that I'm their guy if it all goes well.
Well, you know what
that's going to be a
in-person interview, huh?
Really.
Hey, Ben, you know what we say, don't you? The Lord, He moves in mysterious ways.
Yes, He does. Yes, He does.
Yes, He does, and He also uses fools. So.
Yeah, well, I mean,
we're living examples of that.
Just look at the people He used. Very, very seldom it was the top of the social group at the time.
Yep.
Usually a bunch of scallywags.
Well, you remember one of the reasons why that you see this in Scripture is God uses good ones, so everybody knows it surely wasn't them.
Right.
It shows the power of God.
That right.
Yeah. Thanks a lot, man. Good. And if that's
appreciate it.
If that's where the Lord's calling you, He'll confirm it and let us know. Okay.
Thanks, guys.
All right, brother. Thanks. 15 minutes past. Can you imagine them writing down what Bubba? What did you say, Rick and Bubba?
And wow, what an area that's needs the workers.
Yeah. Anytime your Chamber of Commerce puts sin in the slogan,
come to our city because.
Yeah. Come here and sin, and nobody ever know about it. Yeah. That's good. That's how we're going to pitch our city. We'll take your phone calls next. First phone troll of the day coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
20 minutes now past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. Participated 866-WE-BE-BIG. Lines are available. Harry Murdahl's in position, and we'd love to hear what is on your mind right now. Here we go. Largest number of people, shortest amount of time. There are 10 lines, bigger sample, easier to get in. And then we start moving that line. We're going to be the Chick-fil-A of phones. We get you moving through here quickly. At 866-WE-BE-BIG. At the end of 30 seconds, the buzzer ends it. And then we move to the next comment. Let's go to Larry in Montgomery listening to us on I-92. Trolling.
Keep them phones a trolling.
Here we come, phone trolling, phone troll. Larry, go ahead, 30 seconds.
Rick, y'all are missing out on this fork thing. How did It's Still Grilled to Be, damn it, not make the list?
Well, we try to, walk in the world but not of the world. And we try to avoid things that may be brought against us, saying that's not in sync or that's not a good idea. And just having that word on the fork, we think, would probably have caused more trouble than it would have been helpful. But that is very funny.
And it's too many letters to put on there.
Yeah, I don't think there's a lot. Dave in Tennessee. Dave, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Yeah, Bubba, I was wanting to see if you caught that show on The Bachelor last night. I mean, it looked like there was definitely a lot of mansplaining going on following some controversy. But all they kept saying was she's got a lot of work to do, but no one defines what that work is. I wish somebody would say what that work she's got to do is. And I mean, she was on the show knowing that he was going to be, the first half-black bachelor, but
Yeah, I didn't see it. I don't get all of those. I usually catch it via osmosis from Betty watching it, but she had tuned out of it. It had just got too crazy, I think, this time. And I read the stories this morning, so I don't, like I say, I didn't see it, so it's kind of, I'm getting secondhand reports on it. But it looks like that he picked the young lady last night who was the one that was caught in the controversy about the antebellum picture with her sorority or whatever she was tied into. I don't remember the whole deal with it. But it was the one that Chris Harrison was defending. Then he got, in trouble and had to back that up and stepped off the show. So all of this was recorded, prior to this. So then last night he revealed, according to the reports, that after he had picked her and all of this came out, that he had to back off because of the racist components of this and whatever, and that they were no longer together, that she had a lot of work to do, which the caller had referred to. So she's apologized. I don't know how you fix that. I don't know. It just seems like once you get in that corner, there's no way out. I don't think she is a racist because she was trying to win the affection of an African American man to be her husband. So yeah, it's a little bit, to me, the symbolism over substance in some of this. I'm not saying that he's got to do what he thinks he needs to do and whatever, but if he was in love with her and she was in love with him, they may have issues they need to work out, but I don't know. It seems like they made a little more of it than maybe they should have if they were a couple in love today.
Yeah, I think I understand the story right. We had an African-American bachelor, and as you said, it was pre-recorded. So the one he picked was the one that ended up in the antebellum pictures from when she was in college. Now, this is just pictures of them at an antebellum home, and then we're in the southern dresses, right, which they do. A lot of communities do that. And we've come up with a conclusion in our country now that if you dress in the antebellum period, right, that is a racist thing to do because of slavery during that time. Do I have that right?
That is correct. Mm-hmm. Although I would think a lot of the people who do that are not, they don't even think about it. And maybe that's part of the problem, but they're just wanting to play dress up with these fancy dresses that we no longer wear or see anymore.
Got it. You're doing period dressing of a certain period of time. Right. So I got it. But now you can't do that anymore. However, I have to make Bubba's bigger point, not trying to, hold classes on what racists normally do.
Right.
But I can say with zero reservation that one thing racists rarely ever do, and really I think it's usually on the racist list of things not to do, is true racists don't date people of other ethnicities. They just don't do it.
Yeah, if you're a true
Because
racist,
they
why
could-
would you want to marry a black man? That doesn't make sense.
True racists don't do that because they consider other ethnicities to be beneath them,
right?
And to be repulsive. So they would not date and desire to marry someone of another ethnicity. So if she is a racist, she's not a very good one.
You're right,
And,
right.
and so that I would just make that obvious point.
Now you could say this, that maybe in her past she was not being sensitive enough, because apparently to a lot of the African American black men and women that type of behavior is very offensive to them. Where on the other side, like I said, they just look at it as they're playing dress up. They're not sensitive to maybe what that meant. But again, that's kind of symbolism. She was in love with an African American black man, and wanted to be his wife. So I think that scratches her out as a racist per se.
Well, I would say if she was a racist in college, she's really come a long way.
Yeah.
And so I would throw that out there. And here's the other problem that Bubba and I talked about that no one wants to talk about. Okay, everybody's been saying that this series does not represent black men and women enough.
Right.
Okay.
We haven't had a true black bachelor that I'm aware of.
Right. Well, see, now this is not going to help.
Right.
Because what they're going to say is, good night, let's don't do that again. I mean, every time, look what this turns into. If we got to vet out every single woman who wants to be on this show to see if she ever had a picture made somewhere, somehow that may be deemed to be racist, then our bachelor's going to have to get rid of her, even if he decides this is the one he wants to pick. So you're telling me that this man who is I know does he have a white and a black parent?
Yeah, he's
a black man.
Race,
but he's a black man by the standard. Okay,
right.
So you mean a black man? And we've talked about that. This is not a long courtship. I got it. They're only. That's why we say they can't really be in love. It's only been 6 weeks. But he couldn't pick up. Does he not have a good racist radar? So this woman, not only she was so far from acting like a racist that he wanted to marry her. Right. Potentially.
Yeah.
He picked her as his pick of all the women.
Black and white.
Yeah.
Black and white.
So he didn't seem to get any indication from her, and he probably didn't, the fact that she wanted to be the one picked by a black man.
Right.
Most racist white people don't do that. No. That again.
Yeah, I think just your actions mark you off of that title. I don't.
Hey, Rick, how do you know if somebody's a racist? You just watch how they act. Mm-hmm. And what they say and what they do.
I think
a lot of to Bubba's point, a lot of college people had the old South theme things that they might have, and it's okay to say you were uneducated on that, and maybe that's something you shouldn't have done. But I don't think that indicates her behavior today is trumping any behavior in the past that she might not have been informed on. She certainly didn't have any intention to be racist.
Right.
And I've been so far out of the loop on this. So the only thing that emerged was a picture.
Picture of her and the sorority sisters. They do that. Matter of fact, I think this used to be pretty common.
Yeah. They've done it. In most communities
there's
have
a name
some
for
version
it.
The
Bells. That's right. The Southern Bells. Mm-hmm. That used to be a pretty common thing. I think it'll probably be eradicated from society now, but I thought that was still going on pretty much in a lot of places even today.
Mm-hmm. It is.
May not be anymore, but I'm talking recent.
So she was dressed like a belle. And because of that, she's deemed racist.
And was at an antebellum period home, I think, getting a picture, doing the girls in the sorority.
And when she was attacked on social media, is when Chris Harrison defended her, going, "Hey, you're overdoing this," and then he got so much blowback he had to step down.
He caved to the mob. We'll take more of your phone calls next.
Rick and Bubba.
and Bubba Show. Things you need to know if you're following us on Twitter or you're on our Facebook. A couple of things to do now. Would you like to be part of the Rick and Bubba bracket for March Madness? You could win some cool stuff from Blaze TV and the Rick and Bubba Show if you place in the top 3. So that's available. Go do that. Also, we're voting today to name the latest addition to the Rick and Bubba grilling arsenal. We're naming our big meat fork, and the 4 finalists are there for you to vote for. Vote for your favorite. And then tomorrow we'll say which one it is. Butcherbox.com/Bubba, speaking of meat, we'll ship it right to your door. This is that time of year coming up. We've had some great weather where we live. I know some of you have been in snowstorms, but for those of us that have had kind of spring-like weather, you get out there on that grill, get ready to go. But what about the meat? The meat ships right to your door with butcherbox.com/Bubba, and they go above and beyond, making sure the meat is the highest quality and no antibiotics and hormones are used, and we're free-range organic when it comes to the chicken, and grass-fed and finished with the beef, wild caught on the salmon and the scallops, their seafood, and also their heritage-bred pork the way it's supposed to be with that delicious flavor. You're going to love it. Their website also has a lot of delicious recipes that'll help you on how to prepare the meat and some new ideas I think you're going to like. So go to butcherbox.com/Bubba. If you do that right now, if you're a first-time subscriber, for the length of your subscription, you'll always receive whatever you order. You'll always get free 2 pounds of free organic grass-fed, grass-finished ground beef in every box for the lifetime of the account. So that's huge. Make that move now. Butcherbox.com/Bubba or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. To the phones we continue because we only did 2 calls because we got to talking about that story. So if you want to get in, 866-WE-BE-BIG, you can. Stephen in the great state of Kentucky. Stephen, go ahead. You're on the Rick and Bubba Show. How are you?
I'm doing great. How you guys doing this morning?
We're good, man. You're doing great.
Had my first shot of the COVID vaccine on Sunday, and I had initially been pretty dead set against getting it.
Mm-hmm.
But I'd read a couple of different articles about some possible travel restrictions, and whenever the pharmacist handed me the card that verifies the vaccine, he said to make sure to keep up with it because they were being told that here in the near future that it's going to be required to travel. And I was just going to see what you guys had to say about that.
Yeah, I think it's very possible that will be the case initially, or maybe even to get into large gatherings or something like that. So, yeah, I think it would be a good idea to keep up with it. I think that hopefully will fade away, but I think in the changeover time of going back to what we called or used to call normal, I think that you may see that.
Yeah, Sherry and I have been trying to go to Canada and France. Last year was not possible, no way, and we thought there would be a chance to go this summer, and it is not looking good. So I'm assuming that, as a matter of fact, the pastor that we were going to work with in Canada, he's already said, look, you might as well just go 2022 on this. It's not going to happen. Canada hasn't had their border open for over a year.
Right.
And France, it's kind of they thought they were about to ease into it. Now they've kind of gone back into, we still got trouble. So you're right. So these other countries, even if our country that never implements it, you got to think about it. Do you ever want to travel to another country? It would not surprise me in the least if other countries started requiring it.
Yeah, at least for a while, till it's we're sure that it's gone, not coming back.
How can you verify when you actually had the virus? I mean, had COVID-19? If, like, let's say you wanted to travel and you're like, well, I haven't had the vaccine, but I've had COVID-19.
You can't. That ain't even going to work. They're going to make you. The only way they can really control is the vaccine. I mean, because there's no way to your point, can control that.
Well, they may end up. You can also probably get a card that you've had your antibody tested.
Yeah, that might be the only way.
Right.
Yeah, you're going to have to have
we
some
just
sort of
don't know.
paperwork.
Yeah, it very well could fall under the no shoes, no shirt, no service guidelines.
Well, you remember I got somebody in the medical field to admit that the mask deal really, if you've got the antibodies, but they're not letting you not wear the mask because they're like, how can we verify that? Somebody could walk into a restaurant and make a fuss saying, I've had the antibodies. How do we prove whether he has or hasn't?
Right.
So they act like there's still a chance you can spread it, so you'll keep your mask on. Because if not, it would be chaotic.
Let's go to Sam in Kentucky. Sam, go ahead.
Hey guys, it's kind of ironic. They put that smut on the Grammys, but Dolly and Zach Williams won for that song "There Was Jesus." Why didn't they just kind of balance it with that? You see where I'm going?
Well, that's not.
Then,
yeah.
I know. And also, Rick, I sent you a link to a new CC Winans song. You need to listen to it.
Thank you,
brother.
But remember, that goes back to the ongoing. Thank you for that, by the way, Sam. This goes back to the ongoing life truth that we keep talking about on the show. You can get Hollywood to protect you from Jesus. They're willing to do. They do not tell you to do your job when it comes to these kinds of things. But now they will not protect you from Cardi B. That's up to you as a parent to manage that. The things they will not, they go, hey, do your job as a parent. Turn it off if you don't like it. Hey, we won't let Jesus on here. Don't worry about that. You won't have to worry about that. We'll protect you from that. I'm the way, the truth, and the life, and no one gets to the Father except through me. All that exclusivity.
Sure.
That hurts some people's feelings. Let's go to Rachel in Alabama. Rachel, go ahead.
Hey, Rick and Bubba, how are y'all?
We're great. We're good.
I was just going to let you know, y'all were talking about how would they tell when you were flying if whether or not you had COVID or not, other than having the vaccine, right?
Or if you get a card that shows you that they can say, here's your antibodies card. You're going to have to show something.
I guess the only other way is if they do the blood test, which, is that what we're going to? Like, you have to give a blood test or show that you've had a vaccine?
I think you're going to have a card showing you have antibodies, either via vaccine or via test initially. I think that'll fade away too, but I think that's what you're going to see initially, and really it's just to protect a lot of these businesses against lawsuits.
Let's go to Jay in Chattanooga. Jay, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead. Jay.
Great acres, fellas.
Buddy. Thanks for the call, buddy. Go ahead.
Hey, guys, speaking of the Grammys, not sure if you've seen it, Obama won another Grammy.
Did he?
Yes, and he beat out Bill Clinton and Jimmy Carter. And that's a true story, by the way. And so I looked it up. I was curious about that. And for spoken word, obviously, there have been 19 Democratic, either senators or presidents or whatnot that has won a Grammy. Not one single Republican has ever won a Grammy.
And they win it for audiobooks or something that they narrated or something like that?
Yeah. And Hillary Clinton has won too, believe it or not.
So there's been 19 Democrats.
Story. Obama won a Grammy. Yes.
That have won Grammys. Not one Republican has ever won a Grammy for a spoken word.
Well, are you shocked by that? I'm not.
Let's go to Tony, Rochester, New York. Tony looks like he's coming our way. Tony, we talked to you the other day. How's it going?
Yeah. It's Tommy. How you doing?
Hey, Tommy.
Yeah. So, buddy, I have some very serious questions that would hopefully be able to be answered very quickly. One. Actually, I'm going to ask a few questions about UAB versus maybe a small Baptist college.
So what are you asking questions, because you said you signed a lease to move to Alabama, and now you're asking us some questions about the move?
Yes.
Okay. Your phone it's not as clear as I wish it was.
Cutting out a little bit.
Yeah. I'm so sorry. I will be closer to the phone now.
Okay.
A lot of that may be better handled in email. If you'll shoot us an email, we might go more in depth with some of it. But what was your question?
Well, a couple of things. I've really only looked into UAB in a one apartment complex, and I really do not have to pull that trigger today if I don't want to.
UAB for what? Tony, I'm Tommy, I'm sorry.
To finish my degree, I have like 33 credits to go in media production. I've already had the internship at MTV. I need to finish this.
Hey, Tommy,
one of the things you're going to have to do when you move south is speak slower. Okay, because we cannot make out what you're saying.
All right, Tommy, send us an email. Tommy, send us an email. I'm sorry, and
I think I could have decoded French better.
And Tommy, when you
hear apartment, I heard that.
When you get here and you start moving around,
let's get you a real cell phone.
And you start moving around the city of Birmingham, you're going to have to take Bubba as your translator for a while.
Right. We'll do what we can do, but I don't understand him to translate it to the locals.
I got to the point that it started affecting me. I started becoming anxious because I couldn't understand him, so I had to stop what we were doing. Let's continue.
Oh, boy.
We'll work with you, though, bro.
Yeah.
We'll get through.
Tommy, I know it's tough to make a move like that. All kidding aside, and Bubba's right. Send us an email, and we'll walk you through some of the decisions you need to make. Curtis in Mississippi. Curtis, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Yes, I got a question. All my life, when I got a shot, they gave it to me in my hip. So all of a sudden, it's okay for them to give it to you in your arm?
No, I got shots in my. I got shots.
I got
in the arm.
both. Yeah, I got both. It just depends on what it is. If you're getting the let me get the mRNA vaccines, Pfizer or Moderna. They say it is better to give it into your arm because it relies on the muscle tissue to replicate and to actually make the viral part that they're wanting your body to build up immunity to. I know your butt has muscles in it too, but I don't know.
Some more than others.
Yeah, I know. But it also has a lot of other stuff.
Well, there are some people, their butts got more muscle than the arm does. But
well, I don't know if it's muscle or just a muscle covering of the padded stuff.
But to answer your question, because I don't know if you're about to go down some conspiracy theory, tetanus shot has always been in my arm.
Yeah.
There's multiple shots that we've always gotten in our arm.
I think a lot of your vaccines are always given in your arm. Your steroid shots are given in your butt, usually.
And usually
penicillin and stuff
penicillin,
like that.
I get an antibiotic using the.
It may have to do with how thick it is too. I don't know.
Well, that one that's thick when they put it in your hip.
Oh, the one that's like a bee sting.
And you can feel it burning down your leg.
Yeah. Well, it doesn't start until you start to walk out. Then it feels like there's a bee in your britches.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
All right, we'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
8 minutes to the top of the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. All right, so I don't know what this means, but I did get a text from somebody that says, as of right now, back to some of the callers a minute ago, the state where we live, an antibody test is not recognized as proof of anything, because there has been some discussion that the antibody tests are not as trustworthy as you'd want them to be, for it to be a, hey, we're going to let you do whatever you want to do.
It's just big pharma right there.
It is. So it sounds like if we get down to countries and states requiring proof of COVID safeness, it's probably going to get down to the vaccine, and then that's going to lead to all kinds of conspiracy theories because now it's a requirement, and we're going to get the mark of the beast people back and all that. So, but anyway, that I don't know how they know that, but that's what they're saying. And unfortunately, I don't have this number in my contacts. I'm not sure who that is. All right. So right now, can I get an update, Helms? We are voting on what will be the phrase that will be burned into the sturdy handle of the latest grilling utensil that's added to the Rick and Bubba grilling team. It will be the big fork, the meat fork. And we have 4 finalists, and they are what?
The 4 finalists are meat,
mm-hmm.
super stabber,
mm-hmm.
wow, what a fork, and stay in it.
And who's leading right now?
Wow, what a fork,
what a
in
fork.
A commanding lead at 59% of the vote.
Wow, what a fork is just off. It's just leaving everybody behind.
You know, I love numbers, Rick, and you
I do
too.
Gosh,
and so I'm more interested to see, do we get more votes on this, or do we get more entries in March Madness and the Rick and Bubba bracket challenge? And right now we have more votes on the fork than we do entries in March Madness, which that doesn't really
surprise me. See, because naming a fork, these are the kind of things our audience gets on fire for.
I know.
You know, you get into a bracket. I mean, what if somebody didn't like basketball?
It's a lot of effort to do a bracket.
And then there's people who like basketball. They just don't want to do a bracket. Yeah. So, I mean, you're getting down to a pretty small. These bracket people, wow. These bracket people, but good for you if you enjoy that. You go right ahead.
Greg really loves it.
I know. I heard him for the first time, and I think it's the grandkids. Didn't I hear him saying the kickoff hour what I just said though?
Yeah.
He did a rant, then he caught himself.
Yeah.
Almost like he started picturing his grandbabies.
Yeah.
And he said, "But if that's your thing, did I not hear him?"
Yeah, he tries to talk it out to where he can reason it with himself to where he'll accept it.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes that works, but then sometimes he hears himself and he goes, "Nah, I'm still not into it."
Let me ask you guys this, because I always, I watch the bracket thing like almost like I am a drone. I'm above it. I don't really get involved in it, but I can see it down there.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a drone above it. I noticed there's a real big argument with the bracket folk about the multiple brackets.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Oh, you don't. Yeah.
Do one and one only.
Do one.
You shouldn't have 3 or 4 brackets.
You're hedging your bets.
Right. They're saying you can enter multiple contests, but you must keep using the same bracket. Is that what I understand?
I think
I think that's the proper thing to do.
Okay.
Yeah.
I
have two.
Okay, that's what I expected.
I'm in 2 groups.
I'm not disagreeing.
Well, I mean, I just don't think.
Don't attack the messenger.
I'm in 2 groups: my family group and this Rick and Bubba Challenge group, and I have the same bracket is in both groups.
Yeah. That's like predicting 2 different scores for a game with
for the same game.
Yeah.
You guys,
who does that?
But people do that all the time.
Oh, all the
They
time.
I'm bloody over here.
And they're losers for doing it.
I mean,
losers.
Stop hitting him. Somebody stop hitting him.
Right, guys. I just simply asked. I don't believe in that. I mean, just calm down.
Good night. Who does it?
Yeah. Well, but in the society we're living in now, I bet there's all kinds of multi-bracket people.
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely. And then they think they've done something if they win.
Yeah.
I know.
Yeah.
We're hurting feelings right now.
Yeah, we are. You know why? Because if you're a multi-bracketer, I mean, good night. I mean, what you probably don't.
You just were called a loser.
Right. Yeah, you know why? Because you probably don't.
You were.
You probably got your feelings hurt if they kept scoring T-ball.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Same folks.
By golly, we lived in a time when they kept score when you were in the first grade.
You went home crying because you got beat like a drum.
Oh yeah, they wouldn't just let you run all the bases.
Well, you know why? When you cross home plate, you get to count it as a run.
And you know what? When you're sitting there at the end of the season and you're 3 points shy of the highest batting average, and that guy gets the award and you don't, you go work a little harder too.
You do.
You
it
know,
happens.
not everybody gets that.
Well, we're really rolling now, aren't we?
Mm-hmm.
Good night.
All right, as predicted in the sports world, Drew Brees has officially joined the NBC Sports team as a studio analyst, as we predicted on yesterday's program. He will also call Notre Dame football. So the kids, I don't know how much the kids are going to see him, but I know that he was going to spend more time with them right before he took this job. This is going to be
little demanding. I mean, I know it can be seasonal. And maybe this is a gig similar to, I remember Coach Chiswick when he was on Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. He said as an analyst, his life did become a lot easier because he only worked 4 months a year.
Right.
It's not a year-round thing like if you're coaching or playing. So
yeah.
But
so
the
kids won't see him much during football season. But other than that, they will.
Yeah, during football season, I think you're still going to, you're going to put in a full week. That's for sure. I mean, they get like Monday and Tuesday off probably, but they're still going to have to do their production meetings, show prep, travel time, all that.
So anyway, Drew Brees will be an analyst for NBC and Notre Dame football. And how about old Rob Gronkowski?
The Gronk.
Hey, come on out of retirement, buddy. And
you almost went to Beth Mowens.
I did. Rob Gronkowski.
Sorry, Bubba. I just
I
thought that's what I heard.
Bring him. Is she going to be part of March Madness, by the way? Beth Mowens, March Madness, string
I don't know if I
music.
can say this, but the women's bracket was released yesterday. Can I divide men and women still, or is it? I don't know.
Well, it is interesting if we don't have genders why we have women's basketball. That's weird to me.
Yeah.
And men's, it ought to just be basketball.
She might be doing those.
And
games.
humans play it, and then the best humans get to play, which means the humans that I would normally call a woman would never be on the team. Okay, but
I don't think the left has really thought this through. They're going to paint themselves in the corner here.
Well, Gronk came back out of retirement. If you come out of retirement and win a Super Bowl, that's the way to get back. Mm-hmm. And made an impact in the Super Bowl.
Yep.
He did.
And so he said, "I'll come on back one more year for $10 million."
Yeah, Rick. Tom Brady's under contract for another year. So the Gronk came back, $10 million. He caught 2 touchdown passes in the Super Bowl. Yep. So life is good for the Gronk.
Now, was it Greg or Helm? Somebody saying about when it comes to Gronkowski,
and he's funny in commercials too.
Yeah, and his money and all that he's only used endorsement money to live.
Yes.
Every contract that he signed, that money's been put away.
Yeah. That he lives his daily life. His daily life off endorsements only.
Wow. Isn't that kind of like Jay Leno? Didn't he use his Vegas money to live?
Yes.
Yeah.
Remember when the guy was talking about, for some reason, Leno thinks he's going to be that janitor that we used to see on the elevator. And Seinfeld, and he said, Jay, you're not going to end up like that. I mean, that's not going to happen. You have plenty of money.
I think you're good on the Beth Mowens front for the NCAA March Madness tournament.
Not going to be there.
Not going to be there.
Might be over there calling the chicks basketball.
You got the CBS folks. That's who works this, not the ESPN.
I'm ESPN only.
You do have
Beth Mowens, ESPN.
But look out. Hey, look out, NIT.
Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
6 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG's our number. Also, vote for your the name you want to be on the Rick and Bubba Meat Fork. It adds added to our grilling team there at rickandbubba.com. You can vote for it on our Twitter or Facebook. 4 final names. You can do that. Also, if you want to get in the Rick and Bubba bracket for March Madness, that's available too at rickandbubba.com. Welcome back for a brand new hour. There's Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here. Honored and privileged. Thank all of you for spending a little time with us, the Rick and Bubba Show.
Wonderful Wheel of Meat, brought to you by our friends at harryanddavid.com. A $50 gift card if it lands on meat, and they'll send you delicious meat to your door. Also, they got great seafood too. 1-800-Flowers.com also has a flower bouquets on the wheel. We got Moultrie, the feeder package is on the wheel. Sorry about the cameras, but we're so behind on getting those out. We'll do feeder only today. Also, Rick and Bubba items can be found there on the wheel. They may land, but you could land on Can't Have Nothing. You could land on Pippet and be eaten by Jaws. And, of course, you could land on Henry the Horse. We'll all enjoy that, but you won't win anything other than laughter and pleasure. Greg goes to the drums. Speedy goes to the wheel. We've got Helmsy now on the phones to get you lined up and ready to go. And let's see. Look at it illuminate over, Bubba, ready to go.
Look at her lit up.
Hand of truth right there. Yeah. Thumbs up. Oh, Christmas Pig's loving it.
Christmas Pig is counting the days down till you get that tree out again.
That's right. And Melissa is coming to us out of South Carolina. Melissa, how are you doing today?
I'm doing great.
Yes.
Thank you.
So how do you get the show there in South Carolina?
I am watching it on YouTube every morning.
Well, thank you.
Absolutely love it.
Well, you know what to say to Speedy, don't you?
I sure do. Is Speedy going to do a dance?
He might.
Oh, good. Okay. Wow, what a wheel.
She's off. Let's see how it goes here. Well, listen to the wheel. It really sounds good today.
Oh, no.
Yeah, Bubba.
Good and clear.
It didn't take long. Okay. Yeah. Oh, Henry the horse. Henry the horse. We get a Henry right out of the gate. Yeah. You're gonna look at him go. Good night. Hey, Henry.
What's up, guys? How is it going, Rick and Bubba?
Henry, we're doing fantastic. You seem like you're doing. I mean, you got it drawn back like a flip.
Yeah, I was watching the Grammys this week. That's where I got those dance moves. But part of the Grammys, I was watching it, and in order to feel clean, I had to go roll around in the pigsty.
You're right, Henry. Oh, now he walks off kind of mad. What a horse. Everybody sing it together, hey! Yeah. You, Henry.
Ladies and gentlemen, Buddy Rich.
Buddy Rich. Let's go to Cole out of Wetumpka. Cole, welcome to Rick and Bubba. What do you say to Speedy?
Wow, what a wheel.
Yeah. Oh, a little English
change up
from Mr. Wilburn. Let's see where it lands. Yeah, come on. Oh, my gosh.
Can't have nothing.
Hey, I mean, you can't even have I'm so sorry.
Nobody's had nothing so far.
Hey, I mean, you know, we had a horse, and then we got can't even have. Who out there thought they could have something? Probably Greg. Where's that coming from? Let's go to Corey out of the great state of Tennessee. Corey, what do you say to Speedy?
Wow, what a wheel. Come on with it.
Let's go, Corey. What part of Tennessee?
Back into that one.
Yeah, what part of Tennessee you come from?
Northwest corner, Dresden.
Oh.
1049.
1049, baby. KYTN. Let's go.
Let's go.
Look at here. Look at here. Look at here. Oh. Meat it is, buddy. Meat it is. So harryanddavid.com, you get a $50 gift card to enjoy delicious meat from them. So let's put you on hold, get all your information, and look for an email from them and enjoy delicious meat from the wonderful Wheel of Meat and harryanddavid.com. There we go. All right, let's stay with it. Let's go to, just see, we got Randy out of Morris, Alabama. Randy, listen to us on ZZK. What do you say, Randy?
How are y'all?
We're good, Randy. We ain't got no band, Randy.
Ain't got no band, Randy.
What do you say to Speedy, Randy?
Wow, what a wheel.
Yeah. We ain't got no wheel, Randy. Let's see how this lands. It's a good spin right there. The old Avengers pinball machine lining up, trying to compete with the lights on the wheel. What? Henry the horse again. Again? What are we doing? Here he comes again. Bring it out here. Henry.
And then after watching the Grammys, having to roll around in the pigsty, and then went over to the cow's fertilizer to clean off.
Love tough day at the farm. Them Henrys were nasty. They're nasty. But hey, somebody say, hey, yeah, hey.
When's the last time that's happened?
Two Henrys. It's been a long while. We went a long time with no Henrys at all. JJ out of Jasper, Alabama. JJ, welcome to the program. How are you, buddy?
Doing good, guys. Doing good.
Yep. What do you say to Speedy?
Wow, what a wheel.
You know, if he lands on Henry again, I'm going to call it a Raising Henry.
That's funny. Don't bring that back again. Greg's in his own drumming little world over it.
It's like Buddy Rich is in the studio.
Kidding me. Oh, my God.
Speedy's going to lose his job.
Oh, my God.
What in the world?
You can't.
I mean, we've had days we had all winners. I can't remember nobody ever winning.
I mean, look, I'm turning them a half turn.
We've only had one.
We had one guy, right?
I mean,
What in the world?
This is our last one right here, guys.
You can't have nothing.
I mean, hey, somebody's going to have to owe that wheel.
Why have you stopped drumming?
Let's go. Leslie in Springville. Leslie, what do you say to Speedy?
Wow, what a wheel.
I'm gonna. Would you like to bet a tamale is gonna land on Henry again? Huh?
It seems like when it gets locked into something, it does it every time.
Look, here we go. Look at here, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
There we go.
Okay.
Meat. Woo. Meat it is. Meat it is. You did it, Leslie. You got some meat. So harryanddavid.com will send that to you. How long have you been listening to the show, Leslie?
Since I moved to ZZK since 2007, I think.
Wow. Thank you so much.
Yeah, congratulations. You'll get a $50 gift card from harryanddavid.com. And we'll put you on hold.
Thank you. And thank you.
No, it's our pleasure, Leslie. Thanks for listening. We'll come back. Wheel of Meat put up for another week. More of the Rick and Bubba show coming your way. More stories to cover. When we come back, we have a perplexing question involving food. There's a shocker. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Hey guys, Rick here. The Gridiron Men's Conference is coming back to Huntsville, Alabama, and this year the theme is the comeback. We all love a good comeback story, and maybe the time has come where you need a comeback in your own. guys, get you a gander at TV4. All right, so
Oh boy.
anybody aware of that?
Wow.
Well, as we come back, all right, so Helmsy will have to kind of inform us here. Now, we do the show, those of you that may not know this, we do the show from the Broadcast Plaza and Teleport almost every day. It's rare that we're on location anymore, but from time to time we are. But, 9 out of 10 days we are. And there's a gigantic, and we modeled this, Bubba, and you showed me pictures the other day. People were surprised how much we modeled this after that studio in Chicago.
Did I show that to? Did I put it on Twitter?
I don't know.
Did I just show you guys?
You showed me.
Showing
I know
us.
you showed us.
Yeah.
I don't know. But anyway, it's.
I need to put it on Twitter.
There's a window out here. How big is this window, you think? It's a big one.
It's big and
from end to end?
That
Yeah.
is.
It's a big one.
50 foot?
It's big.
It's 40 foot at least.
Y'all didn't like my 50 foot. I just threw it out there. Y'all were all struggling, and I took a gander.
You did.
Well, why don't
That's
we
about that's 65 feet.
Greg.
I think it is 50 or more. You know what I'm thinking in my mind? 5 basketball goal lengths.
Okay. I'm terrible at that, at eyeballing that kind of stuff, so I got no comment.
Yeah.
Okay.
I do yards better.
Well, I'll tell you,
Maybe 50.
Bubba and I admitted the other day. Let me tell you the one Bubba and I really struggle with is square feet.
Look, Speedy's
Me
walking.
too.
I'm horrible.
Rick,
I'm
me too.
horrible at it.
Speedy's walking it out.
He's stepping it off.
Well,
You know what?
you're
I don't
around
even.
You ain't that. You just as
Even
zagging.
Rick, even if you tell me what the square footage is, it really doesn't resonate with me.
If somebody asks me now, tell me about this building. How many square foot you think it is? I don't have any idea.
People ask that, or they're talking about a house or something. They go, "What's the square footage or the office?" I go, I don't know.
I have no idea.
He's
really
walked
don't
off many a pitching mounds. Think about that.
It's 40, and it's just of windows. I didn't count this right here, but it's 40.
Oh, well, you got to count that.
It's
Well, it's not glass. It's the break.
Anyway,
Who said 40 before that?
Well, see, I didn't know we weren't counting that and that back there, so it'd have been 50.
Hey, somebody get Bubba his ribbon. So anyway,
Y'all just want to count it
so
halfway.
funny.
That's fine.
We compete here. It don't matter if you're throwing garbage away. Hey, how many did you hit? It's 2. 2 in a row. I'd do 3.
I can do 3. So anyway, we see people outside all the time, and we are appreciators of food.
Yeah.
Sometimes to the point that we need to watch ourselves, try to keep it in proper balance. But we love delicious food. And I look outside and I see a guy holding, and this is what's going to make this even a little more.
Rick, can I just say too, the food not having golden ticket seats, and for those of you new to the show, we used to have a live audience every day, at least 12. And, with the pandemic, we had to cut all that out, and we got all kind of other rules and regulations, state and local, that just didn't make it work. But I miss the food that everybody used to bring.
Well, but you're trying to do better. It's been a
No,
pleasure.
I'm not saying it's good for me,
I know.
but I miss the food.
Well,
I
you
ain't
do.
had goat drop cookies, and I don't know when.
I miss the cookies.
You can't just go out and buy them, by the way.
Too. I miss the cookies. But anyway,
How about you?
But people will still come by.
Is it any wonder? No.
And we've often laughed about all the security measures that we take here.
Yeah, it's fun. This is fun.
Our security measures are through the roof.
They are.
But if somebody wants to get us, it's just.
There's an easy route.
They'll stick it in a tamale.
But anyway, so I look up. There's a guy standing there. Now he's holding a plastic bag that looks like a mini trash bag. There's no logos on it. There's no anything.
That's concerning.
So I
It's
see
black and it's paper thin. You can see through it.
and I see Helmsy engaging him, and I went on to the bathroom and I came back and now Helmsy's got that bag. And tell us what this.
So
man-
Richard came by.
Thank you,
He is
Richard.
a
Hey,
huge,
Richard. Hey, Richard.
He is a huge fan of the show. We are a part of his day every day.
Every
He works
day.
on a construction site.
Thank you, Rich.
And it was raining today.
Rain
and
day.
he said, so he's assistant coach all day today. So just, he's in that mode. He's on a construction site working and it's raining. So he said, hey, we don't have to work today.
Right.
I'm off.
Right.
So I'm going to get my buddies that I spend every morning with tamales from this gas station. He said He said I don't let the gas station deal fool you. They are phenomenal.
I understood, but the gas station thing is something to overcome.
It is a concern when somebody says that. Let's just be honest.
Yeah, it is.
Rick,
And
I've
so-
always had
There you
and this goes back to a great James Gregory bit from years ago. I've always been concerned where you have meat and motor oil under the same roof.
I know.
You're right.
I know.
He did say this. He said, "Be careful There are some that have a little more kick than others.
Uh-oh.
So I don't know if that's labeled. Probably is.
Could
but
this be the Hunt's Brothers pizza of tamales? You know, Hunt's
I know
is a
you're all
gas
about
station,
that,
but it's
Greg.
always good.
Yeah, it is. Thank you. All right, so
holy mackerel!
Here's the
Wrapped
question.
in corn.
He brought us tamales from
Yes.
a gas
From
station.
a gas station.
Right.
And first of all, we don't know who Richard is.
Fill it up.
No.
He's put it in a bag with no logo on it from a convenience store that we don't know where it is.
No, the foam containers don't have a logo
And we-
either.
and we have foam
no,
containers.
No logos whatsoever.
No, there's not a logo on this.
No.
There's just tamales in a container.
Who's the daredevil that's going to eat one of those?
You.
If you,
I
Rick,
love
if
tamales.
you were doing a movie about a food terrorist, this is what it would look like.
And I will say this.
He's getting on.
Papa Wheelies.
All right, backing down the ramp.
Oh,
Look,
I see the
love
ones.
tamales.
Speedy, tear it up.
These are a little hot.
I will
here.
say
Speedy,
this,
tear it up.
Rick.
I love tamales.
If Richard,
Rick.
So, look, there go.
Hey, letting it
Boy,
fall
Speedy
out.
went right in.
Don't slobber
Hey,
all over the rest of
if
it.
he-
This is hot. This is the
That's a
hot
hot one.
one.
You have no drink anywhere.
How good are they?
Hey, you're supposed to eat that outside. Stop.
You're supposed to eat the husk.
Who was it that thought they were supposed to eat the husk that time? Was it you, Speedy?
I think it was an intern.
Don't put that on me.
Yeah, that was an intern.
No, I think I ate it anyway. No, I want one of
The Bubba's looking like what? You don't eat the husk?
Yeah, I'm
that's
going
what we
to
do.
I'm going to eat a tamale, but like I say,
Don't they say the skin's where all the vitamins are?
all right. Let me just say this
don't think
again.
that's
I want to say this again. Everything we just described. So you're telling me there's not an ounce of reservation in here?
Well, and let me say this about Richard. If Richard was trying to harm us, he was a heck of an actor.
Okay.
Okay.
Well,
most
the
people
great
trying to harm
harmers
you.
are good actors.
Well, I'm just saying it was a pretty good performance.
Nobody's going to hand it to you. Go, I hate you, SOBs. Here's some
Well,
tamales.
no, but I mean, no. But he knew a little more about the show. I mean, he
He
I know
seemed
what you're
genuine.
saying. You would go,
yes,
no way this
yeah.
man would harm us.
All right. How about this? Here's what
That was my first
here's what
thought.
we'll find out. If we all become violently ill, okay, and some of us have to go and get fluids overnight, we will come to a conclusion that Helmsley has terrible discernment.
There it is.
Absolutely, and I'll be okay with that. Hey, there was an incident, guys. There was an incident
I'm
where
gonna
I
heat mine up.
misjudged something completely in this studio a few years ago. Hadn't got over it since.
Oh, that was
You know exactly what I'm talking about.
That was yours, wasn't it?
Yes, yes,
I
and
don't want
to
it
this
cold.
day,
Yeah, that was. Matter of fact,
that
I
was
got-
an uncomfortable scene for everybody, and it was on me.
Did you know I got an email about that just recently?
Yeah. I
Hey,
bet.
Greg's all talk, just so you know.
I want to heat mine up.
Oh, quit whining.
Are they cold? Because I'd like to heat them up too.
Oh, so now
Or
we're,
just
now
room
we're
temperature.
preferring
They're warm.
temperature.
Are they room temperature?
I thought it was a challenge.
I didn't
That's
ask
why
you
I
to
ate
No,
it.
the challenge was: do you eat food that somebody brings in a bag?
I thought it was eat right now.
No, nobody said that.
Nobody
Speedy
said
said the guy looked sketchy.
You added to
I don't
that.
agree
I
with
didn't
that.
ever say that. I just ate his tamale.
Yeah, the question was, will
they're
we
not
eat them,
his.
and then we would begin to eat. Yeah, I mean, you didn't have to dive. I like how you
So
approached
the
it.
Burgess boys are all talk, is what I'm seeing.
Oh, I'm gonna eat a tamale.
I just
Right
enjoy
now.
it more if
Yeah.
I could heat it up.
Eat me one.
How much to eat the shit? The corn shuck. Speedy, how much to eat the corn shuck?
You got to finish it if you're going
Corn
to say
shuck.
that. Yeah.
Yeah, just don't stop that.
Tear one up.
Well, I've started it.
And how is it?
It's good. It's good. It's warmer than I was expecting.
Okay.
Okay.
Wrapped up.
Not
Now, he means
temperature.
spicy.
I want the ones that
Spicy.
Bubba's got.
Yeah.
Rick, I'm heating mine.
Well, Greg, we got that. You made that clear.
Hey, while you up.
It's a little spicy.
Rick, are you eating or baby yellow? Which one?
It is warm. They're already warm. They are warm.
We need a napkin. It's gonna get messy.
I need a napkin.
Yep.
I'm gonna use my shuck as a napkin. Did you try that?
No.
All right. So thank you, Richard. Appreciate
Thank
it.
you,
buddy.
Richard. I believe in you, buddy.
You're either listener of the week or
Enemy number one.
enemy number one.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
35 minutes past the hour. It's like a freight show
in your neighborhood.
HelixSleep.com/Bubba. And they have joined the Rick and Bubba team, and Greg and Lisa Burgess have ordered a HelixSleep.com/Bubba mattress. And Greg, how is it going?
It is fantastic. Like I said, I'm not waking up near as much as I was. I didn't realize how bad my other mattress was because I held on to it a little long.
Yeah, you can do that.
And I took my little sleep quiz, and they sent one that was custom just for my preferences.
Mm-hmm.
It's awesome.
Snuggle up, snuggle up.
Snuggle up, little bed.
Baby brother likes his Helix Sleep. So HelixSleep.com/Bubba can do the same thing for you. They will ask you a few questions. Doesn't take very long. I mean, I know Greg would not have done it.
No, it didn't take long at all.
So you fill out a few things like how you sleep, how body type. You like what kind of mattress do you like? Do you like it soft or medium, or you maybe like it firm? But anyway, and then they'll put one together that's customized to you, and they'll send it to you directly to your door. So go to HelixSleep.com/Bubba. You get 100 days to try it to be sure you love it. And it comes right to the door at $200 off when you use HelixSleep.com/Bubba. That's HelixSleep.com/Bubba. Wired Magazine and GQ Magazine voted it best overall mattress. HelixSleep.com/Bubba. There's also a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. How's that tamale holding Leo over?
Well, it was good. It was a little. Speedy said some were warmer than the others. I think I got one out of the warm stack.
Yeah, there were some that were there.
Brought some tears to my eye there for us over.
Yeah, I went in there.
I warned y'all and told you that.
I know
you did. You said some were a little spicier than others, and I think that Bubba got a spicy.
That was the last thing he told me, Richard, when he left.
Yeah,
he said, "Hey, heads up." One of them's got a lot of kick to it.
Yeah, and I saw Bubba in there trying to. The problem is when you have spicy. Hot in your mouth, water really doesn't do the trick.
No,
you
need
need something.
Milk's supposed to
do it.
Of course, he's allergic.
For some reason, Bubba thought a Reese cup would do the trick.
Yeah, chocolate seems to help.
How'd that do?
It really helped, surprisingly.
So
may have been the peanut butter. I don't know.
Maybe that was.
All right, so a couple of items that are still going on out there is Cuomo is in trouble again. We have more people now talking and being interviewed. Charlotte Bennett is being interviewed now. She's one of the accusers and a former aide to Cuomo. It's not going well. They're all saying some pretty creepy things about Cuomo. We keep waiting for Kamala Harris, the defender of women, to say something about this, and so far, still not. Has there been any comment on it at all?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I know the accusers keep coming out. What was funny, a couple of them that had been so quick to jump on some of the Republicans and some of their accusers,
like Kamala Harris,
was they were saying, this is just one. If there's more, we'll take another look. Boy, they started. I knew when they said that. I go, here you go. It's going to start pouring now like a leaky roof.
Has The View turned on Cuomo yet?
No. As a matter of fact, one of the hosts of The View yesterday, she said something very bizarre. I saw the video clip this morning. I was trying to follow what she was saying, but she basically said, look, instead of everybody focusing on Cuomo, we need to be looking at DeSantis in Florida. We need to be looking at the guy in Texas. We need to be looking at the governor in, South Dakota. We need to be looking at these Republican governors. But I'm like, they haven't been accused of doing what Cuomo did. It didn't even. It just showed the partisan and about third grade understanding of politics that some of these people have. That they're just so partisan. They can't look past anything without saying, well, what about? I mean, this is an isolated incident. We're supposed to care about women. We have to give due process. It's working itself out. See where it goes. There's an investigation that's coming forth. See where it goes.
Apparently, we now have accuser number 7 now.
Right.
And then we have a claim of racism in there mixed as well.
Whoa.
We have that one.
Well, you're gonna have that.
Yeah. This one who's being interviewed now by investigators. This is Charlotte Bennett. She's saying that. I mean, he's described. He's always coming around them saying things that have innuendo.
One of them, and he said he was obsessed with talking about hand size, and you know what that indicates, don't you? She said he used to say things like that. And
what size gloves you wear?
Right, exactly. And then would also ask questions about her own personal life and the areas of intimacy. And she said he was very, very creepy, even saying that he was friendless and really nobody really liked him.
That's a shocker.
Yeah. So anyway, also following, so Cuomo has got some problems now. He's not going to step down. You just no way.
No.
Also, Biden still has not held a news conference in 54 days.
Yeah, well, let me tell you, you're not going to hear a lot from Biden.
No.
Where people can actually ask him questions, and when he does, they're screened ahead of time. So, look, they're trying to manage that situation the best they can, and eventually it's gonna give them more grief. But you can't just be president and not ever answer any question.
Yeah. Babylon B, a picture of Biden in his morning robe with a cup of coffee and slippers on, a picture of him in the White House walking around. Terrified Biden wanders around the White House wondering where Obama went.
That's so funny.
Wondering where Obama went. So that's, they're really. Young communists unsettled to find the hammer sickle actually represent physical labor.
Yeah, I know. That's shocking, isn't it?
That's good. Wait a minute.
That's shocking.
Woman who thought being a princess was too hard now wants to run for president.
Yes, that's funny. Because there was one headline out that that the princess, Harry's bride, was going to run for president in 2024.
Right.
That makes perfect
So Babylon
sense.
B said someone who thought being princess was too hard now wants to be president.
I know. Funny stuff.
Powerful.
Meghan Markle.
Hey, powerful, semicolon, military to allow troops to replace camo with colors of their gender identity. So, well, that's the Babylon B doing their current assessment of the way things are right now in this country, and all good ones.
Rick, I got an email too. Said on Hannity's show last night they played a clip of Joy Behar from The View saying she was afraid to replace Cuomo as governor because a Republican might come in there and then would pardon Trump, who was impeached in New York.
What?
Do you see all the problems with that statement?
Well, what Joey Behar is
he
saying...
wasn't impeached in New York.
No, but don't miss the first part of that. What she's saying is that the plight of women to her is not as important as her political leanings.
Right. Well, I think that's, Joey actually said what a lot of these people are doing. They're just not saying it. And I think that's the bottom line. They think that having a Republican would be worse than a woman not being heard on her charges.
I want to break this to the women in this country because we've said this and it's true in every life. What actually is being done is what people really believe. And to watch the women of the Democratic Party right now, and I'm sure there's an exception or two, the ones with the loudest voices like The View and Kamala Harris, and who's vice president of the United States of America, what it sounds like, if you're just watching the way they behave, they're only going to protect you from groping, creepy men who are conservatives or Republicans. If you're groped by a Democrat, just good luck to you.
Yeah, free game.
Yeah, male Democrats can do anything to you they want to do and say anything they want to say around you and treat you any way they want to treat you because them remaining in power is more important than you being protected.
Yeah,
how else what other conclusion am I supposed to come to?
Well, it all started, Rick, when we got away from this idea that you had due process. When you're accused of something, you're innocent till proven guilty, but that was thrown by the wayside because we must believe the women. And, even though you have one come forward like Dr. Ford in the hearings for Supreme Court, and she can't back up not one claim she's making, not one collaborating witness, and we're supposed to believe her carte blanche, which is absolutely ridiculous. I mean, that's crazy. That goes against everything that is American.
Right. And if that is the new way we do things, which, as you said, is not constitutional.
And if you set that table, then you have to eat at that table.
Right. That's right.
When it flips the other way. And that's why we were saying all along, don't shred the Constitution just because you don't like Brett Kavanaugh or you don't like Clarence Thomas or you don't like whatever, because it always comes back. That's what I don't get. They never seem to see this. Just like these executive orders, just wait for the next Republicans in there.
Yeah.
It'll be by the hundreds.
Yeah.
Phone calls coming up. Lines are available. 866 We Be Big. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
the gravy, please.
We're back 10 minutes to the top of the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. You can call us and get in right now. We'll take some of your phone calls coming up. And I see Stephen Albertville has a topic that we have not covered, but if you're trying to get in, you can. Keep voting. Tomorrow we'll announce the official name of the new Rick and Bubba grilling utensil, the meat fork. And it appears that Wow What a Fork is running away with it. But if you'd like to vote which one of those you wish we would put as the little phrase or the name on the big fork, make your vote now. And also, if you want to get being part of the March Madness bracket that we're doing, you can do that as well by going to rickandbubba.com. Now, Steve in Albertville had a question or a comment. Steve, go ahead.
Hey, good morning.
Hey, bud.
Hey, I don't know if you guys have heard the situation that comedian Bill Burr found himself in. I did not watch the Grammy Awards, of course, but he was a presenter and mispronounced a Spanish performer's name and kind of made some jokes about it, and he's been accused of being a racist now. And the thing about it is he's actually married to a black lady. And the left, of course, instead of saying, that they were wrong, they've come back and said that the fact that he is married to a black lady proves that he's racist because he wanted to have a sense of ownership.
Good night. You can't do anything.
I know it's the craziness of the left, but if you guys have a chance, you might want to look into that story a little bit. Bill Burr is a little rough, so you might not want to watch any of his stand-up, but he's it just shows the hypocrisy of the left and how they can and how everything they jump to is racist or racially motivated. It's just more lunacy from them. I hope you guys have a good day.
Thanks. I've never heard of the comedian, but I'm not familiar with his story, but if he came back and said, I don't think I'm a racist, I'm married to someone of another ethnicity, but then they'll come out and say, yeah, well, you did that because you want a sense of ownership. And then you go, well, I can't. There's nothing I can do to make it.
Yeah, he's
sometimes
a little
there's
rough.
No way to make you happy.
He's a little rough, but he's one of these kind of like George Carlin. He makes good points a lot of times, through comedy.
I'm not familiar with him. I've never heard of him.
You probably know him if you saw him. He's been in movies.
Well, looks a lot like Speedy.
I don't know that guy.
I don't look that much like him. But he is, he is rough. He is, but he also he makes some good points a lot of times. And he was cutting up, having fun with this, and basically making fun of why he even announcing the Spanish winner.
Yeah. Is this okay to play,
He's a comedian.
Adler, or is this rough? It is okay. All right. So this is what he's in trouble for. Okay. All right. Here we go.
Was I the only one who wanted to kill himself during that piano solo? I bought a suit for this. I thought I was going to be on TV. I'm such a moron. I am losing so much money right now. All right, shout out to all the rock stars that I wanted to meet tonight who are watching at home instead. I'm talking to you, Don Dokken. All right?
From the 80s.
What, I'm old. That was my first concert. All right, here are the next categories. All right. Hey, how many feminists are like going nuts? So why is this cis white male doing all this Latino stuff?
Okay.
And then he went on to have a hard time pronouncing the winner, and he made fun of that himself. He said, I'm sorry if I mispronounce your name. Congratulations.
Okay. All right.
I love the Don Dawkins shout out from the 80s metal band Dawkins.
And I'm talking to you.
See,
Don
I didn't get it. I didn't get it.
Yeah, well,
all the rock stars you wanted to meet.
Yeah, but I didn't get the name of that guy.
But he pulls an obscure one from the band
He said it was my first concert.
You think he was going to say somebody really well known?
Right.
All right, so tell me this thing with Coca-Cola and pork. Okay,
Rick, I'm glad to say I don't know what the latest viral videos are because
Yeah,
I've tried to get out of that a little bit this year.
Tic Tac.
Apparently, there is a viral video out on Facebook urging users to stay away from pork and claims that if you pour Coca-Cola over the raw pork meat, it will cause worms to appear because they're getting out to escape the acid in the Coke.
Oh, my gosh.
The video, which was posted March the 8th and now has been shared quite a few times, shows a woman pouring a soda on a piece of pork. She says it actually reveals there's parasites in pork. You have to cook pork so carefully because of this issue. About a minute after she pours the Coke on it, white worms appear to come out of the piece of raw meat. At the end of the video, the woman says you can see them, the heads of them, they're popping through. It's so gross. Other videos have been done, same thing with Pepsi and other things. But several debunking groups have taken this on and said this is absolutely false.
I hope so.
There was one website here that does debunking on this. What was the name?
Let's try
of it? Wafflesatnoon.com, a site that focuses on hoaxes and odd news, debunked the claim back in 2016. So how is this still floating around? Snopes even tested out the theory and said that it is not true. They said the only thing they got was a slightly soggy pork chop out of the whole deal. So why is this making the rounds again, and why is this big news?
I don't know.
It's viral, Rick.
Well, I know if you leave a piece of meat outside long enough, it will get worms in it, and then you can probably pour acid over it, and the worms will come out. But
yeah.
I think what they're trying to suggest is you could just grab any piece of pork at any time, and that would happen. And
I don't think that's the case.
So I was going to ask you: does it explain how they've debunked it, or have they just come out and said?
Well, I mean, they did test. They would buy pork and pour Coke on it and keep a camera on it. Nothing happened. You know, so I don't know if this was set up, if it was old, if what the deal was, but I don't know why this has grabbed everybody's attention again for some reason. Do you?
No, I have no
idea. What's the big deal with that?
Yeah, I don't even know where it came from. I've never heard this. Didn't know it was video of the day.
I know when I was younger and we used to grill pork chops, my folks made a marinade with Coca-Cola and honey to put on them. It was real good.
Yeah,
but I don't think we're trying to run the worms out of it.
No. Yeah, and I've heard a lot of people put Coca-Cola on things.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
What about a Sakatumi cake? It's got it in that.
It was from the Flip Wilson show.
Mm-hmm.
People have been going viral recently with crazy claims of something that can impact tons and tons of people. So if you have like this crazy thing that impacts tons and tons of people, then oh my goodness, this is going to happen to me too. Earlier, I guess maybe last year, there was the rumor going around that if you took your strawberries, like just strawberries from the grocery store. Yeah, strawberries.
Lisa fell for it.
There you go. Exactly. You take your strawberries from the grocery store, you put them in water, and then worms come out of your.
Yes.
Yeah. You'll see worms floating around or whatever. So if you have something that's like widespread, the next thing is going to be like, bubbles for kids make them grow 4 ears or something. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's just
something that everybody uses.
Widespread. You can test it at home. It will go viral, especially for people that might not know about it.
So I'm now to this point. And Adler, since you kind of help us to be updated on this kind of stuff, is there anything out there that is believable anymore? Is there anything that's not just a total load of garbage? Anything, any video, any conspiracy, is there one of them that has had any validity when's the last one somebody put something out and everybody said, man, that was helpful, and it turned out to be true?
Deep fakes are very concerning. They're making people now. They're not taking one person's face and putting it on another person's body. Now deep fakes are actually capable of creating a picture of a person, a brand new person that's not even off of anybody, and it looks very, very real. Unless you look real close, a lot of times there's an error in the pupils. So you may see a lot of pupil talk going on, like the pupil is more what's that? Oblong or whatever, not a perfect circle, not a perfect circle.
So there's somebody referring to Biden on that he wasn't real.
Oh yeah, he had. Okay, so you're gonna hear a lot of that talk.
So a total fake world's been created, 100% fake.
There are and people are saying like the FBI is using them for their bot pictures when they go and Russia, China, they're using these fake images too, so that they don't even have to pull someone else's image. Right. They can just create their own, that kind of thing. So. But, verifying things it's going to get more and more difficult all the time.
Yeah, social media just really doesn't have anything to do now that the election has kind of settled down.
Now we're to pork and Coke.
Top of the hour.
Still fake from 2016.
Yeah, still fake. So we don't buy into the you pour a soft drink on something and worms come out of the pork or strawberries or any of that. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba.
So we talk about on the program quite a bit. We hear from you the concern about the power of the big tech companies, and if you didn't vote the way they wanted you to vote, or you have a worldview, they may try to cancel you or come after you. These things may be free services, but they do make money, and here's how they do it. Everything that we watch or click online can be tracked by these big tech companies. They then match the activity to your true identity using your device's unique IP address, and that's the key. That's why we switched to ExpressVPN, and you do need to do this as well for your computer or your phone. Now, here's what happens. When you use ExpressVPN, now your IP address is masked by a secure VPN server, making it harder for websites to identify you. The ExpressVPN app also encrypts 100% of your network data and protects your sensitive information from being compromised. Plus, you can use ExpressVPN on up to 5 devices, so you can do that all at the same time. So now your whole family can stay safe with only one single subscription. So it's very easy to use. I know some of you are thinking this. Rick, can you use? Yes, it's easy to use. It's just one click. One of the reasons they were rated the #1 VPN by CNET and Wired. So stop handing over your data to the big tech companies and those far-left enablers that are in our government. Defend your rights with the VPN that we trust for online protection. ExpressVPN.com/Rick Bubba. That's EXPRESS VPN.com/Rick Bubba. This gets you 3 extra months with a 1-year subscription. ExpressVPN.com/Rick Bubba right now to learn more. It is 6 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us. We will start this hour, if you're just joining us, talking to you at 866-WE-BE-BIG. So phone calls right out of the gate. If you've been thinking about, man, I want to get into that. I want to talk. I got something I want to say. Now's the time to do it. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, and Eddie Van Adler all here. Harry Murdahl taking phone calls. And what'd he say? What'd he say? And it said, hey, nice to meet you. Also, welcome back. There's Mr. Bill Bubba Bussey. How you doing, buddy?
Rick, I'm good. Thank all of you for being part of the little party we like to call Rick and Bubba.
Yep. You know what we say about we go down swinging. And how'd we go down, boys? And we went down. O'Reilly Auto Parts upcoming events. Here's some things you need to know. Next week, McGee, Mississippi. And those of you that listen in that's kind of the Laurel, Hattiesburg area there, coming to First Baptist Church McGee, kicking off Man Church and the Discipleship Strategy. We'll do the same thing at the Brotherhood Boyle. That'll be outside tailgate fashion on the 27th of March. That'll be in Lindale, Georgia. 28th be in Asheville at First Baptist Church doing the men's breakfast there and speaking to the church. April 1, the Forge men's event that Bubba and I talked about yesterday on the USS Battleship. It'll be there at the hangar. That'll be a part of the folks there at Mars Hill in Mobile. And if you want to see that, you can be part of that. April 3rd, the Men of Shelby Wild Game Dinner at South Shelby Baptist Church in Shelby, Alabama. That's on the 3rd. Cleveland, Tennessee on the 9th. And Somerville, Georgia on April the 30th. So if you'd like to look at all of those different dates, you can by going to the O'Reilly Auto Parts upcoming events. Remember, O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get guaranteed low prices and excellent customer service at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Better parts, better prices every day.
Every day.
To the phones we go. CP in Georgia. CP, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead. If you want to get in, move.
What's up?
Hey,
buddy. How y'all doing?
Good. How you doing?
Pretty good. I was wondering how long we're gonna have to wear these masks. Is there gonna be like a statement like don't have to wear the mask anymore?
Are you familiar with how the local and state governments and the federal government work at all, CP?
No, I'm not familiar with it at all.
Where you live? What part of Georgia?
South Georgia.
Okay. Can you be more specific?
No, I mean, how specific do I got to be?
Well, I'm just trying to figure out who would. First of all, your governor.
Yeah.
If your governor would declare that now it is no requirement from the government there
at the state level.
And then that would give you some mass freedom. But then you get down to your mayor,
counties mayors
might come up with something.
And then you got businesses that may require it. So it'll play itself out, though. I think we're seeing that. Our state.
When am I going to go to the ball games with 70,000 people in the stands?
Well, that's what we're shooting for this fall.
This fall.
Yeah, it looks right now. If we don't have a big uptick in cases, I think we're going to be good for the fall. And the way to do that is to be sure we get everybody vaccinated so we don't have variants running around.
You brought up a great point. Are they going to make me get the vaccination?
I don't think they're going to make you, but at some point you may have to prove you were vaccinated to travel or be on an airplane or maybe get in a stadium.
That's nice freedom. That's nice freedom.
Yeah, I know it's nobody likes it, but it's going to work itself out. I think by after the fall, this will all be a distant memory, hopefully.
Yeah, and what I'm running.
If I go through a roadblock and the cop's going to ask for my vaccination card.
No. Yeah,
probably. I don't know that they'll do that.
CP, I'd get off YouTube.
No, this is serious stuff, dude.
No, I know it's serious.
I know,
but there's
nobody's talking about police stops wanting vaccine cards.
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about just go through the roadblock and they're like, hey, let me see your vaccination card.
No, I don't think anybody's. Let me ask you this: where did you hear about that?
I'm just thinking, everything else is going crazy. Why not?
Possibilities.
I think you may be overcomplicating it there. I don't think you're going to have to worry about that.
I might be a little paranoid.
I understand your aggravation, but I think we don't need to overdo it the other way because that only makes things weirder.
Well,
and get back to where we're really at. Like I say, a lot of states, we have 15, 16, 17 now that don't require a mask. Alabama will join that April the 9th. Then you're going to have, some businesses that will still require it for a while. But I really think by fall we're going to be in pretty good shape.
Yeah, you're kind of down to the thing. I mean, this is the life that I'm currently living. Okay, and keep in mind, we're not supposed to do the official state thing till April the 9th. But this is how my life has been. I go places and they say, you don't have to wear a mask. I go to some places say, yeah, we need you to wear a mask till you sit down. Some that, so it's really already working itself out. Individual people are making their individual choices involving their individual worlds. And then if you go to a place like a private business that says, well, you ain't coming in here without a mask and you got to sit here the whole time with a mask, then you would just go somewhere else because there's other places that say, we don't require that. Yeah. And there's some churches that still have people in masks the whole time, and there's some churches that tell you to wear it in and take it off when you sit down, and some churches say you don't have to wear it at all. So it's, what I'm saying is that we're not really being squeezed at the level that you're concerned about, even.
We're seeing it get better every day.
Yeah.
Matter of fact, a lot of places I go, they're not wearing masks at all now.
Let's go to Teresa in Gant. Teresa, go ahead.
Okay, I was just calling to let y'all know a story from Friday. We was headed up to Mississippi, me and my husband. We was listening to y'all's show because I love y'all and listen to you all the time.
Thank you.
And my husband got caught up in the conversation. Well, he kind of got a little fast there, and we got pulled over by a state trooper.
Been there.
When the trooper come up, he asked him why he had got pulled over, and he told him because he was listening to y'all and got caught up in it and didn't realize he had got over the limit. And so,
how'd that go?
So it went good. The trooper laughed at him and everything, gave him a warning ticket.
There we go.
And told us to just slow down and everything. The trooper was very nice. That the trooper told him, he said, you need to call Rick and Bubba and let them know that they almost got you a ticket.
But it was a warning. It was a warning.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. There's some places you say you listen to Rick and Bubba and they'll take you out and you have to take a sobriety test.
I know.
You're liable to get pistol wheels.
It's always a gamble, isn't it?
Hey, how about it's time for the bumper sticker to return?
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm not drunk. I'm just listening to Rick and Bubba.
Yeah.
Well, that was a good one.
It was a classic.
To Mike in Alabama.
Still
Mike,
got it stuck on a few things.
I do too. Mike, go ahead.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Hey.
Love listening to the show.
Thank you.
Just wanted to call and get your guys' thoughts on this whole chip thing that Bill Gates is coming up with for us to pay for everything. And
say that again.
What Bill Gates came out with?
That he's coming out with that chip that he wants everybody to put on their arm and or their forehead, their hand or their forehead.
No. See, Mike, this is the thing about this thing with the internet and whatever. First of all, we talked about that months and months ago.
I must have missed that episode. I apologize.
And
that's fine.
And it never has come into to fruition. There seems to be no legitimacy to this, and they even came back and clarified that they are not coming up with something that would be used that way. And it's and there's never been anything that it will be on your forehead or your wrist. And this is all a conspiracy theory. There's no validity to that story.
Okay, well that's
Hey,
I
Mike,
love listening to what y'all say, so that's why I wanted to call and get your thoughts.
Hey, Mike, let me ask you this: Have you seen the documentary Social Dilemma?
No, I've not.
If you really want a good one to sick your teeth into, check that one out.
I will definitely do that.
I think it will explain a lot of what's going on in our country.
And but you're right. I mean, it's I like what you did.
Yeah,
Keep
it's
gathering
good.
information.
It's good to be
around.
on alert for that kind of stuff.
Right.
But there's certain criteria it has to meet. If it doesn't meet that, it doesn't qualify, no matter how juicy the story is.
Right.
know?
Yeah.
I notice that Social Dilemma is your go-to on any bizarre call.
Well, it just answers so many questions that we have right now.
Yeah.
And explains what is going on and maybe why it's going on and the fact that it's out of control right now.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't like when I saw the patented number that was for what this technology they were developing.
it was creepy, but then they came back and said, well, we're not developing it for what they say we're developing it for, and it's not as far along as, it turned out not to be valid.
Look, it's always good to stand guard,
Oh.
but don't chase rabbits, when you're looking for an invading army. That's the important thing. Rick, also tied to this, not only the social dilemma, which it explains the problem very well, we know now that China and Russia are putting out a lot of these fake stories just to keep us all fighting ourselves.
Yeah,
because they want to sow hate and discontent. H&D. That's what they specialize in.
Right. And they got you speaking out against the vaccine.
And they know that. Yeah, right. They know that because of our open society, it's easy to get these rumors out and get them going.
Yeah. So
I just don't want to fall victim to the Russians and the Chinese.
No. 17 minutes past. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We're here, baby. 22 minutes past the hour. All right, so, Bubba, you had a story for Greg?
Greg is going to love this. I'm choked up.
You are?
Just thinking about it.
My goodness.
Wow. Just sitting here and it got me.
That's right.
TLC has announced that 1,000-Pound Sisters will be renewed for a third season after hitting a series high in the ratings.
Oh, listen, there's no doubt.
You love 1,000-Pound Sisters.
Yes, Rick, because they're a little sassy.
I'm
large and sassy.
And they're huge.
Oh, Rick.
Wow.
Unbelievable.
The reality, well, let's see. My story.
When you got to take the
disappeared
seat
here.
out of
Yep.
a van for her to sit in it.
What?
Yeah, they'd take the back seat out so she sits on the floor on a pillow.
That's not.
Yeah, the big one.
That's not true.
Rick, the little one comes in at about 400.
The little
big one comes in at 6.
Y'all, they look like straight up. I mean, they look like they could be.
Oh, listen, they dog each other.
Rick, you think this may be an isolated program? The reality series was the top programming among several key women demographics.
What?
Women 25-54, 1849, and 1834 when it concluded
Good
its
night.
second season on March the 8th.
Now, they're internet stars, too. Don't forget that.
How do you watch this?
It's unreal.
How do you watch this?
Yeah, I see the frustrated doctors who are trying, before I can do any surgery, you're going to have to lose some weight. And they're so frustrated because they just can't pull it off.
No. Are they?
Rick, and that's her boyfriend.
Well,
are you serious? Yes.
Just
that adds a whole new element.
Just given the eye test, you really wouldn't see that.
I swear. The little one, 400-pounder's got a husband. Did you see her boyfriend?
Him standing next to her, he looks like he's like a utensil. He doesn't look like a person. Or
And
he's
you
like
don't
a
want to hear
toothbrush.
some, Rick.
He
You don't
looks
want to
like
hear.
a toothbrush.
You don't want to hear some of the conversation.
Toothbrush. Oh.
You hear me? You don't want to hear some of the conversation.
He's so tiny compared to her.
Oh yeah, Rick.
Oh, my
Rick.
gracious.
Good news, season 3, alive and well.
1,000-Pound Sisters.
It looks like she's dating one of the Cosby kids.
Okay.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my gracious.
Oh my gosh. Oh, really?
No, sir.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, 1,000-Pound
I
Sisters.
can't believe what I'm seeing.
Yes, sir, buddy.
I can't believe it.
Rick, also, we try to move off of that.
Hey, good news. The renewals in place.
Yeah, third season
Good
coming
news.
your way.
Oh my goodness.
There was, we get video of so many things now because of all the doorbells with cameras on it and all that stuff. Did you see this plane crash in Florida?
I hadn't seen it.
Watch this video that was captured on a plane. Watch the car going by on the left and watch what happens to it. As it enters the frame,
Oh,
boom,
my goodness.
airplane comes down at like a sharp 45-degree angle and hits it.
Do you realize the timing that has to take
Did
place?
it kill the people in the car?
Yeah, you got a couple of
I
people that were killed.
I'm going to say
I think
that
a child as well.
Rick, they say this Ring video is actually worse than Morgan Wallen's. Because, that's how you got caught, too, on the Ring video.
Right.
Using the
Right.
word.
Oh. I didn't know that, Greg.
Yeah, that's how you got caught.
Watch it one more time because you know
Yeah,
where the
that's-
plane's coming from. I mean, it's coming in. It's going to crash anyway. But what are the odds of it hitting that car?
No, that's
I know, that's bad timing.
That's your day.
The
I mean,
plane
you're-
crashed into a moving vehicle with an adult and a child inside.
Terrible.
If you are 10 foot either way of that plane never hit you.
Well,
Isn't that unbelievable?
I go back to that is your day. You're going.
Yeah.
Just think, one more red light, you're not even on that street.
Or getting the car up. I forgot something. Go back in the house
I know
and get
it.
it.
Man, that is just strange.
I'm taking the
Do you think
plane.
about that?
I'm taking the person in the plane did not fare well either.
I see. I don't see
A lot of
the-
flames there, guys.
A lot of
I
flames.
thought the 2 people in the jet died, and then the 2 people in the car were injured.
Okay.
So they did make it.
I
through.
know it says here, plane moving into a vehicle with an adult and a child inside.
The plane had the child.
The
or
woman is recovering, and the child was pronounced that the child did not make
Was
it.
the child in the car?
Trapped inside the car.
Okay.
Yeah.
There were several.
Both got to the hospital, Adler, you're right, but unfortunately the child did not survive.
Terrible.
And the woman is recovering.
There were several
And
really
the
crazy
people in the plane, obviously.
pieces of video that have been caught by cameras that was in the news today. And I don't think we have this one, but I was going to tell you there's a guy.
Just give him a second. He's going to pull it up here.
There's a guy who he refers to himself, Rick, online as the Wrangler.
The Wrangler?
And he's handling a giant snake. and it bites him right in the eyebrow, leaving blood pouring out.
Oh, my God.
I mean, it popped him good. Of course, the thing is giant, you know. But when you call yourself the Wrangler and you do this,
And where
kind
did
of
you see
thing,
this?
it gets away
Where
from-
did you see the Wrangler?
It was a story this morning.
Okay.
Yeah, it's American
There it
snake
is.
handler
There he is.
gets bloody.
Oh, my
On the
God.
eye.
Oh,
it's
my
it's a python that he was messing around with, and
hey, they will bite.
It got a hold of that eyebrow.
Rick, it just completely gets away.
It's a
from
3
him.
foot
Just
python.
locks right on that face.
Oh my God.
Nick Bishop is the snake wrangler.
Nick, the snake wrangler.
Nick Bishop. He's 32 from Los Angeles, and he was bitten by a 3 foot python, and it looks like to me in the video, Bishop ignored the fact that the python was repeatedly biting his arm, and then got him in the eyebrow and bloodied up his forehead.
Python said, "I'll bite your face."
Here's
oh,
the
that's
guy.
just a little one.
Yeah.
Any language?
I have not.
I wouldn't.
No,
bite
don't
it
do
up.
that.
Ought to be.
Oh, it is about him on
Yeah,
the arm.
he's trying to. Yeah, I don't think he's got the right hole there from what I've seen from
No,
the
he
experts.
doesn't.
Don't you get him
Oh,
right
it's
behind?
got
See,
him
it's
right here.
coiled back, ready
Yeah,
to
it's
go.
got- it's got him. Yeah. Look,
No, I think he missed then.
Yeah.
Well, he gets him
No,
on.
you'll know when he gets him.
Yeah. Look, he's crazy.
He's a
got it right in
wrangler.
his face.
Bubba, he's a John Brown wrangler.
Yeah, he's trying to show everybody. Oh,
There
it
it
is.
is.
Yeah.
There it is. Oh, I'm dropping it now.
Hey, he let it go then.
That hurt.
I think he just said, said time out, man, time out.
That's nasty. So
He did.
Now he's got it up again.
He said, time out, hold on.
Time out, I can't
can I
see
tell you,
my eyes out, my eyes out.
anybody that gets bit in the eye and starts bleeding, is cut like that, and picks the snake back up is an idiot.
Yeah, you.
Look at that disgusted face you got.
Just
right
an
now.
absolute idiot.
Yeah,
I mean, the level of idiocy. I hope this
You
person
remember-
has no children.
Wasn't it a year or two ago, the guy that picked the cottonmouth up,
Rick,
trying to be
look,
sharp, and
did you
it
see-
hammered him, and he ended up in the hospital?
Oh, yeah.
How about the Wrangler?
What a Nimrod.
What if Bubba became a snake wrangler?
Never
Probably
happened.
ain't gonna happen. Greg.
Never happened. He won't even go to op.
Yeah.
You won't even drive by.
Yep.
Do you know who's
I've
playing?
wrangled a lot of them with a 12 gauge.
You know who's playing the rattlesnake rodeo this year or not?
Hey,
you're not ready for this.
Who is it?
The Oak Ridge Boys.
All right.
Really?
Bottom of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
35 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Lines are available. Harry Murdahl in position. And this segment belongs to you, the audience. So line it up and get ready to go. 10 lines available. Any topic you want to talk about, make a comment, ask a question, bring information to the table. Not designed for meaningless shout-outs or shameless plugs, but you can get in and get ready to go. If we hear a shameless plug, if we hear a meaningless shout-out, everything else, you'll get your 30 seconds, and you may get expansion if Bubba or Speedy give you a timeout, so that's possible. They tote one apiece. Cook's Pest Control, gathering with the Rick and Bubba Show. Time of year again. It's one of the things that I did not like about the warmer temperatures coming is here come the bugs. So anyway, Cook's Pest Control can help you. You do not have to live and tolerate at your property ants and spiders and fleas and ticks and rodents and termites and nesting wasps and roaches or other bugs or critters. Just get the folks at Cook's Pest Control to go to work for you, for your business or your home. Even you contractors out there, a new home construction, they can come and do an assessment of that as well at no obligation to use them. So why don't you let Cook's Pest Control give you an evaluation now by going to cookspest.com and use the pest control company that we use. That's why we sing with enthusiasm. Looky, looky, looky. Here comes Cookie. Cook's Pest Control. Scott in Woodstock. Scott, you got 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Good morning, Rick and Bubba. How's it going?
We're good, buddy. How are you today?
I'm good. How about you?
Oh, man.
Good. Can you turn your radio down?
Stay in it.
Okay.
I think so. Wow. Good night.
Yeah,
what
just
just happened?
Pot that radio down. Listen to the telephone.
Stay in it. By the way, that reminds me the vote's still going on what we name the meat fork.
Yeah, let me get an update.
Yeah, give me an update on that, would you? Eddie in Moundville. Eddie, welcome to Rick and Bubba. 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, yeah, this is Eddie again, mature prone boy. Just wanted to call. I think Greg needs a cowbell.
Greg needs a cowbell for what reason?
Whenever something comes up a topic, we can get more cowbell.
Okay, well, Speedy's our cowbell guy, in all fairness, because he was the original Mississippi State fan. So Speedy handles the cowbell stuff here.
Yeah.
Somebody give me a time on the clock. I think we're in that final hour, aren't we?
Are we?
All right.
We're
So Wildwood of Fork, Bubba's still just holding its lead. I mean, 58%. It's really, really, and the nearest is 21% with Super Stabber.
Yeah.
So I mean, it's running off with it. Wildwood of Fork really running off with it.
Wow, that may be the name.
Yeah. Mike in Missouri. Mike, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Good morning. I don't know if it's happening down where you're from, but in Missouri, we are encountering huge prices on lumber, much larger than what they ever should be. We have lumber yards that's charging 3-4 times the price, and I don't hear any politicians speaking about what's going to be done about lumber prices. Do you have any information on that? Or
well, Mike, let me ask you this: why do you think they are high right now?
I believe I was told from the lumber yard that there's like 3 companies that control the pricing of lumber, and they are not sending it out as they have it. They are holding it back and driving up the prices because the interest rates are so low, and people are willing to pay what the lumber is, whatever they're asking. And it's driving the prices way up.
May be partially right.
If they are artificially setting that level, that's one thing, and you've got an issue there. But more than likely, what you said, the very low financial rates right now are driving. I mean, we're in a building boom right now. So if everybody's trying to buy that same board, it runs the price up. It's a commodity. So I really don't see the politicians doing anything, and really I don't think they should. They should stay out of that. That's not something the government ought to have their hand in. It's supply and demand at its finest. And now if they're conspiring behind the scenes to do it, that may be a totally different thing. They may fall under some laws and things there. But, we've had a lot of damage with hurricanes the last few years. Yeah. We've had a lot of severe flooding, snowstorms, and all of that kind of stuff drives wood prices up. And I will tell you from the other end, because of growing a few pine trees and knowing people who grow them, right now the prices on that's going up. So it's good for the people who are growing the trees.
Yeah, there's a story out, and there's a number of lumber stories out today, but there's one that says a 2,000 square foot house will cost about $24,000 more to build today than it did a year ago.
Well, back to what
the
Bubba's
price of lumber.
Yeah, but what Bubba's picking at, and look, we may be wrong, Mike, but it sounds like the times we're living in that the price of lumber is being driven up by all the factors that Bubba mentioned in the free market, and that doesn't fire people up. So they come up with this where there's three companies that have a monopoly and they're controlling all the lumber and they're holding it back to drive the price up. Look, that may be true. I'd have to have some proof of that, but it's really more likely what Bubba said. A lot of buildings going on, and we've had a lot of bad storms, and there probably is a higher demand for lumber than there is supply, and that always drives the price up, and that's just the free market at work.
Yeah.
Now, this conspiracy that three lumber companies are holding it all back, that sounds a little internet-ish to me. Mm-hmm. It sounds more like it's probably just the market and the way it works.
Yeah,
because if you're selling lumber, then you're doing well.
Yeah, lumber prices go up and down. There's times in the past few years, like I say, growing trees on the other end, you couldn't, you just couldn't get anything for the trees. It wasn't worth cutting them. And right now they're in demand. It always goes higher in the winter because it's harder for these crews to get in to cut trees with it being muddy. If you have land that's on a ridge or a hill and they can have access in and out, they come to you in the winter wanting to cut that stuff.
It goes back to,
it's all part of the free market.
Look at the pandemic, and we had a guy who said, "Look, I know the pandemic was terrible on a lot of people, and I wish it had not happened. But in the grocery business, it wasn't bad on us.
Right?
We made it. We did fantastic.
Well, there's a lot of industries did real well during the pandemic.
You know why?
Yeah.
Because the pandemic made their product more valuable.
Yeah.
But that's the free market, and it's like, just like low interest rates. That's great if you're needing to do a mortgage or you're needing to take out a loan, but it's not good if you've got money sitting in an account that's supposed to be getting an interest rate. So this is the way the free market works. And what you do is, as I heard the great Paul Harvey say, the only people that get hurt on the roller coaster are people that jump off.
Right.
You just keep riding.
Yeah, and lumber's not only even though they say in this story it's up 140%, they're saying, the construction industry didn't slow down at all during the pandemic, but the manufacturers did. So not only lumber,
that also plays
but electrical equipment, even appliances.
It's harder to get.
Everything. So you have these builders that are fighting over fewer material that's available, and so the price is going up.
Our economy is so big and so diverse. There's so many ebbs and flows in it. It's hard for anybody to get a complete picture of it. That's why nobody's an expert. That's why things are always going up and down and sideways.
AJ can speak to it. AJ, go ahead. Gulf Shore, Sunny 105.
Yes, sir. How y'all doing today, guys?
Good.
Great.
Good.
Man, I'm just a working man down here on the beach. Hey, look, I'm a local contractor, and we were talking about lumber prices, and I think your last caller nailed it. When COVID happened is when the lumber prices started going through the roof, and I talked to a guy who works at a sawmill. They got lumber everywhere. The problem is these drivers in these small towns is making an hourly wage or making more money to sit at home on unemployment.
Yeah.
They can't get the lumber out of the mills.
Yeah, well, AJ, that was going to be the second part of what I was saying. There, you have these natural market forces in our big and diverse economy, and usually what makes it worse is when the government gets involved.
Yep.
And then they will they'll try to fix.
Bubba.
Yeah, they'll try to fix one part of it, but what they do is they screw up four others trying to fix one because it's even bigger than them. It's so complicated, and like you say, they've got this unemployment. Now so high because people need help, Rick. We were heard they can't pay their bills. So guess what? They make more money sitting at home than they do going to work. Well, guess what? That work doesn't get done. In a lot of cases, it's supply side stuff. We're having all kind of supply issues right now. Some of it was because workers in a lot of countries were not in factories building chips and computers and all that kind of stuff. But some of it is that we're paying people to stay at home, and then we're shocked that the jobs are not getting done. It's a real head scratcher.
Yeah, but all of that is, again, it's not three companies holding back all the wood, not letting anybody have it.
No, that sounds like what somebody wants to say to try to demonize the wood companies, when really there's a lot of supply side issues, and there's also a lot of just supply truck driver issues.
Yeah, I mean, if you got people that can make more money by not working, I hate to break this to you, they'll ride that as long as they can.
Yeah, right.
And you can have all the lumber in the world, but if you don't have the people that can get it from your place to the people who need it.
Yeah, several truck drivers I know right now are running multiple shifts every day trying to catch up on something. So it's it's all part of that big supply chain. It's like a big railroad car. Once you stop or train, once you stop all those cars, it takes time to get it going again. That's what we're seeing too.
Yep. 15 minutes to the top of the hour. 866 We Be Big is the number. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
10 minutes to the top of the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Phone calls coming in, and you are available, looking to see if there's any stories that we might have missed. Gay is out of Decatur, Alabama. She's listening to us on 100.3 The River. Welcome to the show.
Well, thank you so much. Long-time fan, long-time listener since back in the day.
Thank you.
Well,
Thank you.
I have a question for you because I've listened so long. At one point, I thought y'all were stationed up in the North Alabama area.
Yep.
Have you ever been here?
Like, do you mean have we ever lived there and the studio been there?
Right.
No, we've never been based out of Huntsville. Been there a lot.
Okay, great.
I actually lived at the Space and Rocket Center for a while.
Yeah, that's right.
My parents. I was in a bathroom. A lot of people didn't know.
Are you saying that we did do the show in such a way that whatever market you're in, you think we may actually be there?
Excellent job. Yes.
Thank you. I had someone. I had someone one time. It happened to me in Birmingham, and I was at a restaurant or something, and there was someone there visiting from Nashville, and they came in and they're like, "What are you doing here?" And I said, "I'm sorry, I don't understand. Aren't you from Rick and Bubba?" And I said, "Yeah, I'm Rick." "What are you doing here?" I said, "In the restaurant?" "No, in Birmingham." And I said, "Well, this is where I live." And she thought we all lived in Nashville. So yeah. So yeah, it's Rush Limbaugh, God rest his soul, said it best. As long as we're here, it really doesn't matter where here is.
Yeah, that's it.
That's the bottom
Everybody
line.
somewhere.
That's right. So, Gay, thanks a lot. Appreciate you listening to the show as long as you have. Let's go to Mike in Adamsville. Mike. Welcome, buddy.
Yeah, buddy. I was going to tell you that, whenever gas prices and stuff go up, all the lumber and material goes up anyway.
Yeah, pretty much everything
Because
does.
the cost of getting it where it needs to go goes up.
Yeah. So, if we didn't have the corruption that we got in the White House and cutting all the jobs and stuff for people to keep the pipeline going and all that, then we wouldn't have the problem with all the lumber and stuff going up.
Well, the whole pipeline thing was more window dressing than anything because that same oil is still being brought in. It's just being brought in on rail and 18-wheelers.
Yep.
The pipeline wasn't finished. They weren't even using it. So it was
the
just
jobs working on it's what you lost.
Yeah, all you lost in that was some good paying union jobs that had welders and pipe fitters and all that on it. So it was just ridiculous. But what it does do is it sends the mentality that we're going to cut production of gas, which, by the way, guess who loves that? Russia, China, and the Middle East. Plays right into their hands because then their oil goes back up. They get more for it, and prices are going. We're not selling as much, and what they're selling, the prices went up.
I know. Don't get me started.
You gave the Russians a giant pay raise when you did that,
while demonizing them and saying they interfere in our elections. Yeah, I don't follow the logic.
I tell you, really, some of the people we have in government are probably the least qualified to be leaders I've ever seen.
It's not the
at
cream
this
of the,
point more than ever.
It's not the cream of the crop.
No, it isn't. It's kind of like what's left over.
Andre in Montgomery, I-92, WLWI. Andre, go ahead.
Yes, sir. I wanted to wanted y'all's opinion and comments on something I seen Fox News post on Facebook the other day.
Okay.
It said the U.S. is losing military edge in Asia as China looks like it's planning for war.
I don't know. I heard someone talking the other day about how the Chinese they're an imperialistic government, so they can do whatever they want. That they were trying to get their military to be more masculine, and they were trying to take their males and make them more masculine and fight femininity in their society in males. And they said, then you look over to the United States of America, and we're allowing our military to be any gender they want to, and we're going to start making flight suits for pregnant women. So they said if you look at those two things, it looks like one prepping for war, the other is prepping for a politically correct war. But your enemies, they're not going. You're not going to run out there and say, "Please don't shoot us. We're politically correct." It just.
And again, remember
we're forgetting the role of the military.
Yeah, remember what China really wants here, short-term goal at least. They want the U.S. stirred up with so much hate and discontent, civil unrest, that we cannot field and fund a military that will limit their activities in the world. That's what they want. They want free reign to be able to go and do what they want to do where they want to do it.
Meanwhile,
right now we're the check to that.
Meanwhile, our government is saying if you're in the military and you want to change your gender and have the surgery and everything, we'll pay for it.
Yeah, we've completely lost our way in a lot of this.
John in Birmingham. John, go ahead.
Mac. What's up, guys? I'm a long-time listener, and I've never Googled, just had to want to know what y'all look like. So I've heard y'all on the radio for 15 years. I was in Birmingham yesterday and seen a Rick and Bubba T-shirt, and I was like, who is the two guys right there? That's Rick and Bubba. So I YouTube y'all when y'all were doing the Wheel of Meat, and my jaw dropped. None of y'all look like I've pictured y'all for the last 15 years.
John, I'm curious to know what you thought we looked like.
Well, I thought you were a tennis player, and you do not look like a tennis player.
No, that's how about that's very true.
I had no idea Speedy was bald. I don't know what I just had him pictured as not bald.
But you listen?
I've worked at Alabama power plants my whole life, so I figured Greg looked just like Greg looks.
There you go. You can spot him a mile off.
Yeah. Helmsy is probably the one that I had completely. I figured he was young, black-haired, short guy. Nope, not that's. I'm shocked.
He's got Widow's Peak set him
surely
on.
Adler. You got Adler right.
Oh, Adler, easy.
Well, all I've seen of Adler is with a horse head on, so I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. He looks like Little Sweet on the Dr. Pepper commercial.
Little Woodsy,
I YouTube y'all today during the Wheel of Meat, so I seen Henry the horse twice, but so.
That's funny.
So what do you think Rick looked like?
Well, you hear the fattest, sexiest man alive. I'm thinking this humongous guy, and he's not really that daggone big.
Yeah.
Well, he slimmed up.
Yeah, I've slimmed up.
Yeah.
I've dropped about 50. So
it's some archives.
Go find an archive. You'll be concerned. But I still got a long way to go. All I've been able to accomplish is less fat.
Yeah. Look, all of them can't look like a tennis player.
Right.
That's right.
So that's the funniest one ever. I know I tell this every time was when we came on Turner South the first time. That was a full blown TV version of the show, and the guy had got our pictures switched in his head.
Oh,
my voice was with Bubba's picture.
I messed him up.
Bubba's voice was with my picture, and then we came on TV and he realized he had it backward, and he said it was just a mind trap. He didn't know what to do. Joy in Alabama. Joy, how are you?
Good morning. I love you guys.
Thank you, Joy.
My question for you is, I heard you say about the person that died because the plane, crashed, and you said it was their time to go. And, all these people that died from COVID, if they didn't have COVID, they would have died that day anyway, correct?
Well, according to Scripture, COVID was the plan. If you read Psalms 139, 13 through 16, it seems pretty clear. I mean, here is David saying that God knew him when he wove him together in his mother's womb, showing where life begins, that he knew everything about him, even in the intricacies of that small portion of him. And in the days were all the days he would live, God had already written, and the number of those days were already written before you ever wove me together completely in my mother's womb. So I don't know any other way to interpret that other than you are correct. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba.
Hey, thank you for watching Rick and Bubba live on our YouTube channel. We're here live every Monday through Friday.
Be sure to subscribe and hit the little bell for notifications.
Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another day without him, brother. Oh, there is no other waking on their blubber.